Okay, so Aniya Krishna Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Aniya Krishna Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Tabase Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Tabase Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Okay.
Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Tabase Advaita Nama Sapala Amara.
Karam Kirtana Sanchara. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Aniya Krishnera Kara Kirtana Sanchara. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Ladies.
Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana Sanchara.
Aniya Krishnera. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Aniya Krishnera Karun Kirtana Sanchara. Tabise Advaita Nama Sapala Amara. Aniya. Bringing. Krishnere. Lord Krishna. Karun. I make. Kirtana. Chanting of the holy name. Sanchara. Advent. Tabe. Then. Se. This. Advaita. Non-dual. Nama. Name. Safala. Fulfilled. Amara. My. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. My name, Advaita, will be fitting if I am able to induce Krishna to inaugurate the movement of the chanting of the holy name. So, famous texts about Lord Chaitanya's, Lord Advaita Charya's petitioning the Lord, and specifically saying how his name Advaita will be validated if he gets the Lord to come and chant the holy name and inaugurate the chant of the holy name. So in the purport, what does Srila Prabhupada talk about? Pretty close, actually, Rana. Yeah, pretty close. Because you think, well, let's talk about the chanting of the holy name, inaugurating Lord Chaitanya's movement. No, he doesn't do that. He goes completely different direction. So, purport. The non-dualist Mayavadi philosopher who falsely believes that he is non-different from the Lord is unable to call him like Advaita Prabhu. Advaita Prabhu is non-different from the Lord. Yet in his relationship with the Lord, he does not merge with him, but eternally renders service unto him as a plenary portion.
Can you go up?
Oh, okay. This is inconceivable for Mayavadis because they think in terms of mundane sense perception, and therefore think that non-dualism necessitates losing one's separate identity. It is clear from this verse, however, that Advaita Prabhu, although retaining his separate identity, is non-different from the Lord. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu preached the philosophy of inconceivable, simultaneous oneness with the Lord and difference from him. Conceivable dualism and monism are conceptions of the imperfect senses, which are unable to reach the transcendence, because the transcendence is beyond the conception of limited potency. The actions of Sri Advaita Prabhu, however, give tangible proof of inconceivable non-dualism. One who therefore surrenders unto Sri Advaita Prabhu can easily follow the philosophy of inconceivable, simultaneous dualism and monism. Om Gana Timarandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupa Kadammayam Dadati Svapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavam Scha Shri Rupam Sagajatam Sahagana Ragana Tanvitam Tam Sajivam Savadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavanishwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vanchakalpaturubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bevyacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. My name Advaita would be fitting if I'm able to induce Krishna to inaugurate the movement of the chanting of the holy name. So what have I got wrong here? Oh, I think one. I see. Okay. Quickly. Is that right? Even Chaitanya Champu during his shows adjusts things. So. Okay. This is a very unfinished little presentation. I wasn't even going to set it up, the projector, because I have not done the topic, the justice, as I start to look at it, it deserved. It's more and more a meditation I have that the more I teach, the less I know, and also that the students should know. It's kind of my new meditation of as a teacher. After hearing from me, you're going to realize how little you know. And our dear, who was it? Govindapur. Yeah, I'm going to keep again. Govindapur, in a very nice presentation, dismantling the utter ridiculousness of the Ritvik philosophy. He gave one nice point about a guru, the qualification for a guru. And we like to discuss this, our movement makes a big discussion. But his nice definition, the qualification of the guru is one who knows that he does not know. And the disciple is one who
does not know that he does not know.
Correct, Ramana. He doesn't know that he doesn't know, so he thinks he knows. And this is not our philosophy. Even actually, I really like that moment in Satyananda Swami at the end of the seminar, the Holy Name Immersion. He put the Ma mantra on the screen. And the way he was going, I thought he could have gone a bit stronger. He says, you see this mantra, he says? Anybody know this mantra? Anybody know? You've seen it before, have you? Oh, there we go. Anybody know that mantra? If you think you know it, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. We do not know this mantra. We do not know it. We're familiar with it. We've been saying it a few times for a few years. But we do not know it. We really don't know it. And this is and it's actually, that idea and that meditation, when we open a book, when we go to a class, is very much connected to this term, achintya beda abeda tattva. And so my first question to the assembled sadhus is, of course, this is such a important term, such a well-known term, such a big term in our Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. Where does Lord Chaitanya speak about it? Where is it referenced? Where does Lord Chaitanya talk about Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva? And of course, obviously, we know there's so many books on Lord Chaitanya, so many biographies, but we know when it came to the philosophy, it's Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. So I'm making reference to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Anybody want to make an idea where it's just? Yes, Saraswati Mataji.
Actually, I'm reading in Chaitanya Bhagavat now. So when Mahaprabhu, he manifested, when he was going to do Vyas Puja, he brought Nityananda to perform Vyas Puja.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then Shiva's Pandit, he gave him a mala and he wanted him to worship Shri Vyasdev. And then he didn't. And then Mahaprabhu came before him. Yeah. And then he gave him the mala. Mm-hmm. He worshipped him. And then he manifested his six-armed form. And then it is described that this was to show his Achintya Beda Beda Tattva. I just read it.
Just read. Okay, I might go so far to be so mean to that nice point that I might have to look at the reference, the detail for that in Das Thakur's text. And you're reading the book with the purports by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj, or the one version with Sarvabhauma's?
All the books.
All the books. So that's with the purports with Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Very nice. Anybody else then? Where's Kachakabru?
The discussion between Lord Chaitanya and Sanatana Goswami.
Okay.
In Varanasi, there is a Jivara Swarupa Krishna.
That's, okay.
Krishna Tatashta Shakti Beda Beda Prakash.
Okay.
He explained to Sanatana Goswami. Because Sanatana Goswami asked, Kayami, who am I?
Yes.
And Lord Chaitanya elaborated on that and pointed out this verse.
Okay. And of course, when I was thinking myself, looking for it, the conversation I thought most likely to have it when he was destroying the Mayavad philosophy was the conversation with Prakashananda Sarasvati. Because obviously very, very much defeating the Mayavadi idea of monism and non-dualism. But interesting, even though, and the reference from the pastime of Chaitanya Bhagavat and the conversation with Sanatana Goswami. And what's the last line? The Bengali was? Beda Begeda Prakash. Yeah, the one. Achintya. Beda Beda Tattva. That's there? It's actually, and I can be a bit thinking, I actually looked up quite carefully. It's actually not there. And it's in that text, it's in the purport by Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj. I'd be 99.9% confident. And that one, it's not Achintya Beda, it is Beda Beda Prakash, the relationship of the Lord, which is the core of the tattva. But actually, specifically this term, Achintya Beda Beda Tattva, is not spoken by Lord Chaitanya at any place. Not in this way. Not spoken by Lord Chaitanya. And it's actually not very much found in our literature. It's not. It's not. And to find it, then, in my first little point, I will present this. The chronology, and I call it the Lord's long-term reboot. When the Lord has a plan, it's a pretty long-term plan, and even this is a short-term plan. So we know the Srimad Bhagavatam goes back 5,000 years. Jai Shri Radha Gopinath Devi Shakti Devi Ki, Jagannath Baladev Subhadranarayana Ki, Shri Gonitai Ki. So we go back 5,000 years ago, and then we have Maharaj Parikshit, and then we hear his demise. And then the Bhagavatam describes after Maharaj Parikshit, to some degree, about the kings who come after. And but there's actually very little information, both in our scripture and in the West. The Western history also doesn't really have much information about beyond Egypt or something like that. It's all very, very vague and very, very speculative. We know that for sure. But at some point over the millennia, literally say between 5,000 years ago and 3,000 years ago, the Vedic culture died. We know, right? Maharaj Parikshit was ruling the one planet. The one planet was ruled by Hastinapur, and the whole world was under the one king in Hastinapur. And the whole world was under the Vedic culture. And then over the next few thousand years, which is a short period of time, it all pretty much disappeared. It disappears. Now, but of course we know, and different devotees have done studies, you can see it, the vestiges or the remnants of it throughout the whole world. There isn't a traditional culture in the world that doesn't have, we know, similarities to Vedic understandings, from South America to the Norse gods and Australia, everywhere, every traditional culture, not the Western culture. Everything pre-industrialization, pre-West has remnants of Vedic culture, even though we know it's gone a bit messy. So, over those 2,000 years after Maharaj Parikshit's time, things degrade very fast. Very, very fast. And we know one of the degradations was the abuse of the Vedas. The misuse and abuse And what was the famous abuse that came along over the time? What was the famous abuse that... Animal sacrifice, yes. A core principle of Vedic culture, ahimsa, and no meat eating, which was obviously, again, all over the world, mostly. But in the name of Vedic, the Vedic sacrifices, people, and specifically Brahmins, started eating meat, killing animals, eating meat, in the name of the Vedas. So not just doing a wrong thing, but doing it wrong and doing it horribly, destroying religion in the name. Of course, it wasn't called religion then, but destroying the validity of Vedic scriptures in the name of sinful activities. That's really bad. We know, that's why in the world, if somebody's caught doing something sinful, well, that's bad, if it's especially gross. But if they're caught doing something sinful, while in the name of a religious person, everyone freaks out completely. It's considered extra bad. So that's what happened. That's over, I would say, a 2,000-year period, 2.5. We don't have, but in that period. So what happens to respond to this degradation and hypocrisy of the Vedas? Buddha appears. So Buddha then appears approximately 500 years, and his role, he had a role to play in stopping this abuse of the Vedic literatures by taking all the principles of the Vedas, but separating it from the Vedas and denying the Vedas. Nastic. He denied the Vedas while teaching the Vedas. And so, but in doing that, he had this voidist, shunyavad conclusion. Everything is nothing. Everything is nothing. Which to this day, we know Buddhism, because Buddhism is probably the most hip religion that's still going. Every other religion is... but Buddhism is cool, if you're into Buddhist. So if somebody's, I always say as a party topic, if it's something, what are you into? I'm into Buddhism. Oh, that's cool. And you're into Buddhism, like a little statue of Buddha there, and you have your Buddha lamps and Buddha this and Buddha that.
Zen.
Huh?
It's Zen.
It's Zen. Oh yeah, it's Zen. People love Zen, right? And one of the reasons they love it, because everyone knows it's pretty much another form of Hinduism. Makes you up as you go along, see. And anything goes in the name of Buddhist. You can eat meat and drink in the name of Buddhism. Yeah, I'm a Buddhist because I do my Zen moment, whatever. But I always say at a party, if somebody asks you what you're into, and you say, I'm Hare Krishna. Okay. I just have to go. It just does not have the same response as saying he's a Buddhist. It definitely doesn't. It goes down like a lead balloon, as we said. So Buddhism to this day, because it's even from the time just after Buddha left, they split and they split and they split. So it really is concoction, and therefore it keeps concocting. So anybody can be Buddhist. So he came, but his conclusion was a voidist conclusion. Then, so to defeat Buddhism, because Buddhism took control of pretty much, well, all of India, but the whole part of the world. It really spread through the kingdom of Ashoka, to the reign of Ashoka. And it took root in India very, very, very much. We hear pretty much that India became, I don't know how exactly, but overwhelmed by it. So then the Lord then comes to Sankaracharya to then defeat this, specifically the Gnostic element about Buddha's demeaning of the Vedas. So he brings everyone back to the Vedas. And as you see, it's quite some years later, 1,200 years later. But to keep on the groove of Buddhism, he didn't completely go against the voidist. He went oneness. So it was how to attract people who were into this voidist conclusion. Okay, it's a manageable jump. Okay, it's not void, but we're all the one. Okay, I can get that stuff. So it's interesting, when you're trying to connect to someone, you have to take them through steps. So the Lord does that in his system. But we know as Advaita Vedanta, he emphasized this extreme oneness of everything. So then, to get rid of the oneness, the Lord then sends a number of acharyas, and first was Ramanujacharya, who Vishishta Advaita. I always know these terms, but I never, ever get them right. Remember them. So Vishishta Advaita, where he agrees with the oneness, but gives the oneness attributes. that there is a jiva, and there is a Lord, and there is the Lord's energy. He does give qualification attributes, but he doesn't go too heavy on saying that emphasizing the oneness. So again, nice gentle step forward. But then comes Madhvacharya, who famously then, that's why in every picture is like this. Everything Madhvacharya. No, two. Everything is dual. So he really goes full on. You could say extreme Dvaita, absolute dualism. There is difference. So he really completely goes against Sankaracharya's absolute oneness. And then we have two variations, which Nimbarkacharya and Advaita, both difference and non-difference, which we obviously recognize as coming close to us. And then Vallabhacharya, who then has Suddhadvaita, pure non-dualism. Now, I am not anywhere an expert in these terms, so I always get the distinction gets definitely a little hard to grasp. But they all lead up, of course, then to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the conclusion of Achintya Beda Abeda. Simultaneously, oneness and difference. Reconciliation is inconceivable. So emphasizing the oneness and the difference. So Sankaracharya was 1-1. Ramanuja was one, but attributes. Madhvacharya was in dualism. Nimbarka and Vallabhacharya started adding in subtleties to it, and then under the philosophy of Lord Chaitanya we have Achintya Beda Beda. But where is this from then? So again, and this is a little point recently I also asked when we were doing chapter 2 of Bhagavad Gita in our Bhakti Shastri. How many times is the word reincarnation discussed in the mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita? Reincarnation. Big topic, right? The soul, reincarnation, karma. How many times is reincarnation mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita? Even the purports from, yeah. How many times do you think of the purports? Any guesses?
Zero?
Is it zero? It's zero. It's zero. The word reincarnation, exactly. Yes, the word reincarnation. That's why it's still interesting. Of course, reincarnation is the correct. What's going on here? I'm denying this soul's eternality. No, just the word. And the word is transmigration. And it's interesting, I think, because then it doesn't exist in the Bhagavatam. Prabhupada doesn't use the word. And yet, it's such a massive word for it, he doesn't use it. And there's a reason he doesn't use it, because it's wrong. It does not get the philosophy of transmigration. But it's interesting, it's such a hip word, right? It's such a big word. And therefore we use it in our preaching. But it's interesting, I think we have to be a little bit careful that it's not our philosophy. It's transmigration. The constant moving of the soul, migrating from one body to the next. Reincarnate is a Greek concept of coming into the flesh. Karn, into the flesh. And Prabhupada doesn't use the word. And when you do find it, obviously I looked it up in the database, when you do find it, it's in two contexts in his teachings. Mostly in the Dialectic Spiritualism book, when Prabhupada's discussing philosophers. He doesn't use it, but it's used by the Shamasundra Puru and Hayagri Puru. They use it. And introductions to Prabhupada books by the editors. Prabhupada doesn't use the word. I think I found one reference to it. So interesting, because it doesn't really explain our philosophy. So similar here. Achintya Beda Beda Tattva. That's why, again, even though maybe I'm being dramatic for the sake of it, but Lord Chaitanya never says the term Achintya Beda Beda Tattva. He never says the concept. It comes... Oh, okay. I have this point first, sorry. I see it on my slide. Avinir Vachineya. Because so we come to the conclusion, Achintya Beda Beda Tattva. And the point of my class is the use of the term and the practical application of it. But one thing about devotees is that we often go too much to this inconceivable. It's inconceivable. But we have to be careful how we use it, because this word, Aniyavichinaya, is the word Sankaracharya uses. And that means inexpressible. Which is can be close to inconceivable. And that's what he uses. That's what the Mayavadis love to use. If you have a good argument with a Mayavadi, which is hard because they don't know how to argue, any Mayavad philosophy is just completely saturated with illogic. It's illogic. From a simple logic point of view, the point in Nyaya, and from Shastric point of view, it's illogic. It makes no sense. And it's not meant to make sense. And when you push them into a corner, they'll go, Avenir Chinaya. It's inexpressible. So when you put them into a corner, they that's their last ammunition. And we have to be careful too that we don't do that too, because we are not followers of Sankaracharya. We are personalists. So we have to know when we call out the inconceivableness. But where this is from, it's from this, Sarva Samvadini. This is a book, small book by Jiva Goswami. And in this book is the first place, specifically this list like this. He composed this list of the Acharyas and their philosophies, and then concludes Lord Chaitanya's philosophy is Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva. He doesn't use it in his Sandarbhas once. He doesn't use it even in Sandarbhas. And the previous Acharyas don't use it. So this is when it first appears. So that's why the commentators in Lord Chaitanya don't use it, Lord Chaitanya himself. But of course, the philosophy is there. Absolutely, that's the whole point. It's saturated throughout our philosophy. The oneness with the Lord and the difference with the Lord. But this term, as we strung Achintya, was first used by Jiva Goswami in Sarva Samvadini, a book I've never heard of. It's a commentary, one of its own commentaries on the Sandarbhas. And this is where it's from. So, as devotees, it's really important that we were clear when something is from. Now, of course, Prabhupada used it, and he picked up the term a lot. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati used it in his purports, and Srila Prabhupada uses it a lot too. But it's interesting to know its origin. And this is also then from Jiva Goswami, this point when we hear about how he comes to the conclusion of Achintya Beda Beda Tattva. Oh, anyway, it all comes together. So from Madhvacharya, I will take, and this is Jiva Goswami wording Lord Chaitanya, from Madhvacharya I will take two essential teachings: his complete rejection and defeat of the Mayavadi philosophy, and his service to the deity of Krishna, accepting him as an eternal spiritual personality. So from Madhvacharya, he takes those 2 points. From Ramanuja, I will accept 2 teachings: the concept of devotional service, unpolluted by karma and jnana, and service to the devotees. From Vishnu Swami's teachings, I will accept 2 elements: the sentiment of exclusive dependence on Krishna and the path of Ragamarg, or spontaneous devotion. And from Nimbarka, I will take 2 very important principles: the necessity of taking shelter of Srimati Radharani and the highest esteem of the gopis' love for Krishna. So that's why Nimbarkacharya and Vallabha got more subtle in their contribution. So from all these, then Jiva Goswami is saying Lord Chaitanya took 2 best elements from each of these acharyas and then created, coined, the term Achintya Beda Abeda Tattva. So we often say that it is the conclusion, is the perfection of all the philosophies. So my first point being, when Krishna is rebooting the Vedas, rebooting culture, it took over 4,500 years. That was the scale Krishna worked with, from Buddhism to Sankaracharya, to Madhva, to Ramanuja, to Lord Chaitanya. And Lord Chaitanya then, okay, this is the real philosophy, this is the real conclusion of the Vedas. Achintya Beda Abeda, the oneness and the difference which is inconceivable to our tiny brains. That's the conclusion. And he spent 4,500 years doing it. So when Krishna doesn't do things like this, well, his time scale is very different. Oh no, whoops daisy. My slides, because of yesterday, I haven't finished it. So, very briefly, we've all heard so much analogies that discuss this point in Prabhupada's teaching. So, quickly, what are some of the analogies Prabhupada uses to make this point of Achintya Beda Beda Tattva?
Ocean. One drop of water in the ocean.
Okay, one drop of water is at the ocean. It has all the constituents of the ocean is one drop of water. And I just heard yesterday, I forget who was explaining it, but you can't surf on a drop of water. There's no wave on a drop of water. You can't go sailing on a drop of water. There's not so little you can do with it, but all the elements are there. But what can you do with a drop of water? How much your thirst? No. So yes, the drop of water and the ocean. Anything else?
The parrot and the tree.
The parrot and the tree. The parrot and the tree. Okay, that's definitely is an important one because it established the difference. And actually, if this presentation was nicely done, which is not, it would be nice to just take a selection of verses from the Vedas, usually the Upanishads, that establish the oneness, the oneness, the oneness, the oneness, the oneness, because there's lots of them there, and then in the same Upanishads, the difference, the difference, the difference, the difference, the difference. And both verses are there, and that's why. So that's a famous verse for the difference. We are two parrots on a tree, and the Lord is there, and I am there. So that's one. Anything else? Another points? The sun and the sunlight. Okay, the sun and the sun rays. The sunlight's in this room now, but if the sun was here, we'll all be toast. But the sun is here because the sun rays are here, and you cannot separate the sun rays from the sun. Probably like that one a lot, yes. Anything else?
Fire and the spark.
Fire and the spark, yeah. And that's a really, really crucial one because that's actually coined first used by Nimbarkacharya, I think. That's one of his, is getting close to establishing it to be the fire and the spark. And then we picked up on that fire, even though it's probably in the scriptures, but he really emphasized the fire and the spark. The spark is not only from the fire, but you can't cook with a spark. Yes. Ladies, anybody? Any other ones? Anything else?
Actually, Prabhupada gave an example of green parrot and the green tree.
Oh, you're going. Oh, okay. Okay, that's because that element is there, but it's not the predominant element of the analogy. Yeah, on the green tree, green part on the green tree, you can't see it so much. Oh, so you're going with the oneness side of it. Okay, that's there. That's true. But the predominant use of the analogy is the two parts on the tree. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So we got the heat and the fire, or the spark, the sun and the sun rays, the ocean, the drop, the government and the prison. Prabhupada uses this one. The prison is there, and the prison is part of it. But is the prison the same as the government? No. It's the department within the government. So it's different. A gold ring in the gold mine, probably like that one too. There's just as a part of it you cannot compare. You have a bit of gold, but it's not compared to the gold mine. My hand is part of my body, but not my body. What is this? It's my body. No, it's your hand. Cut it off. It's your hand. And the child and the parent. Prabhupada used this a few times. It's just like the son is non-different from the father. But yet he's different from the father. Prabhupada used that too. So, many analogies that... Yes?
To explain the government and the prison.
So, the government, the prison is created by the government, is part of the government, it's non-different from the government, but the prison, we're not all in a prison. It's one division of the government's activities. And it's completely non-different because it's one with the government's orders created by them, but it's not the government. I think that's it, right?
Prabhupada gives the example that if the king enters the prison,
Okay.
then, it's not that suddenly he becomes conditioned by the laws.
Yes.
So if Krishna enters this material world, it's not that he's part of it, just as the king is not part of the prison, he just visits and gives mercy.
Yes. So yes, and the prisoners see, oh, here comes the prime minister in the prison. Oh, he's just like us. So we like that when Krishna comes too. We think, yeah, he's just like us. So that we're guilty of that. Now, a little exercise. I did something similar a little while back with our Bhakti Vaibhav students. Here's two points. Narada Muni spreads everywhere throughout the whole universe the Lord's message. And this is because of the Lord's Achinti Beda Beda Tattva, as he is present in the heart of Narada Muni and all living entities. Second point. The Lord in the heart of Narada Muni empowers him to spread his glories throughout the whole universe. And therefore Narada Muni is none different from the Lord. This is because of the Lord's Achintya Beda Beda Tattva potency. Okay, so there's two usages there of the term. Which one do you think is correct and which one is maybe not correct? So the first one again. Narada Muni spreads everywhere throughout the whole universe the Lord's message. And this is because of the Lord's Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva, as he is present in the heart of Narada and all living entities. Is that Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva? Why not? Mataji? No?
Yes.
Okay, Susan says yes. Susan, why would you support that being the first meaning, Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva?
Because Narada Muni is instructed by the Lord himself and is just representing the words. So it's like the middleman. He's empowered. He passes on Krishna himself.
Okay.
Isn't it the same? Both of them?
If I was being a trick question, but no. No, there is a difference. There is a difference, yes. And so, where you take it about Narada Muni in his mission of preaching the Lord is one and different. Is different from that little bit the way it's written. Because Narada Muni spreads the teachings because the Lord's in Narada Muni's heart and the heart of all living entities. And Gopinath, you would say, what were you saying? Oh, you're discussing it, okay. That one, where he makes the point about the Lord being in the heart of Narada Muni and everyone, being a Achintya, is that point is not a Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. It's not. Because it's the Lord in the heart of every living entity, everywhere. The Lord is not one and different. He is one. The Paramatma is not different from the Lord. In Tattva, it's not different. But in the second example, the Lord in the heart of Narada Muni empowers him to spread his glories throughout the whole universe. And therefore Narada Muni is not different from the Lord. This is because that's actually, your understanding was from the second one, actually. He is empowered by the Lord, and therefore, as a missionary of the Lord, he embodies Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. As I said at the beginning, my presentation is far from complete, because I have for many years, ever since I heard Ravindra Sarupabu give a presentation on what he said, the misuse and lazy use of the term Achintya Bheda Bheda Tattva. And he was very strong on it, and it had a big impact on me, because Ravindra Sarupabu is such a scholar and somebody I very much admire and listen to. And then I became aware of how, devotees use it in so many ways that is not in line with how Jiva Goswami coins the term. And you will hear it being used in so many ways by devotees. And doing some research in the class, I found wonderful advanced Vaishnavas using it in ways that I thought, It was like, okay, that's not my understanding of the term. So I definitely, personally, will have a very strong inclination that it is to be used a certain way. Because one, Jiva Goswami coined it that way, in that list of philosophers, in explaining the relationship between the Lord and his energies. That is why we discuss the tattva. Not between the Lord and the Lord. That is not. But it does get used by devotees that way. And then, when I would listen to the lecture, I thought, okay, the devotees are still using it. And then I went, obviously, to Prabhupada and how he used it. And 99.999% of the times, Prabhupada uses in one context and one context only. The relationship of the Lord and his energy. To understand our relationship with the Lord as separated energy, and to understand the relationship of this world to the Lord as his separated energy. That's the point, and that's a singular point that Prabhupada uses, as far as I can see, and somebody can research it and argue otherwise, and it's how Jiva Goswami uses it in the Sarva Samdini book. And therefore devotees do use it in so many other ways. And so in pushing the point that we should use it only in this context, I also want to use the point how it's such a practical, even though it's the philosophical, it's the height of the conclusion of all philosophy, it's such a summum bonum of all philosophy. It's also very, very, very practical. it has very strong practical purpose for us. That's really important. That's so important as Vaishnavas. And if it's used in the term of the Lord and the Lord's energy, it's not so practical, because that's not in our realm. And I always like to make the point, devotees, all the time we mix up tattva and ras. And it coined, of course, in Prabhupada's famous expression, philosophy without religion leads to speculation, or worst case, fanaticism, and religion without philosophy is sentimental. So Prabhupada's making very clear there is these two strands, religion and philosophy. And there's many ways you can word it. Another way is tattva and ras. There's the tattva, how you understand our relationship with this energy, and then there's ras, that which we're trying to achieve in relation to the Lord. And you cannot, and we should not, and devotees frequently do, bring tattva and try to apply it to ras. That's wrong. That's wrong. And it never works. It doesn't work, and it's confusing. Okay. So I think this is it's a tattva that how we understand. Okay. So let me 1 second. I want to. Okay, actually, and this is just one little point, actually, an unfinished thing. So what do you see there? A fruit tree. That's what I say. But if you then look, if I point the arrows, which is again not finished, the arrows are pointing to what? Branch.
Three leaves and fruit.
Trunk, and the trunk. But yet when you first see it, it's an apple tree. But when you point to the elements, it's you see the different elements. Jiva Goswami uses this example. That's why it's not a finished presentation. But the elements of the tree, then there's uniqueness. But the tree is one. So there is that oneness when you say that everything is one with the Lord, but yet you get close, there's so many different elements. But anyway, this is what I get for going out and hurrying on Saturday day before I get class. I paid my sense gratification. Okay. Anyway, let's see. This was a little distracting when it's like that. Okay. So, another supporting point to why we should keep it exclusively to the relation of the Lord and its energy, it's the basis of how we practice our spiritual life. It's not an esoteric philosophy at all. So serious practice of the tattva. It is the basis of our stopping mundane sense gratification, which requires me to believe that something is separate from the Lord. Okay? The very, very, very fundamental, basic reason I'm engaged in sense gratification of any sort, from gross sense gratification to subtle sense gratification, the reason that concept exists, because I'm separating the Lord from the Lord's energy. I'm still doing that in my heart. It's interesting. That fundamental mistake of separating the Lord from his energy is why we create sense gratification. Sense gratification cannot exist once you see the oneness of the Lord and his energy. Once the oneness is clear in our mind and our heart, sense gratification is gone. It's gone. Because it's why? It's the Lord. How can I look upon another body, another object, when I am clear that belongs, it is part of and belongs to Krishna. And yet I see it as, and that's why our religion is, one of it is yoga. Linking. Everything has to be linked up again. Because our fundamental material conditional mentality is based upon separation. We're constantly trying to separate. And the only way I can look at somebody and want to enjoy them as an object of my sense gratification, in my heart, I'm separating from the Lord. I'm separated. So, with the oneness, there is no difference between any body or any object or anything than the Lord. And so our ability, and we're trying to give up sense gratification. We know that. That's our 4 principles. Give up sense gratification. After that, subtly, give up sense gratification. How? Understand. You can't do it by force. It's sambandha, the relationship. This belongs to Krishna. It's one with him. So stop separating it. Another way we stop sense gratification Because, I kind of crossed 2 points. It's the property of the Lord. It's the one with the Lord. It is Him. It's His energy. So how can I dare enjoy it? Then also it's the property of the Lord. It belongs to Him. So we should stop thinking it's my property. Going to the other point, the difference with the Lord and the energy. If you emphasize too much the oneness, then you lose the possibility for relationship. So you must then emphasize the difference. The difference between us and the Lord, because that's how we have relationship, and that's what we want. We want relationship with the Lord. We want ras. So emphasizing the difference is the basis for relationship, which you must have. Now, inconceivability. Again, that Mayavadi word, avenir chintayanaya, I can never get it right either, is that we are not like the Mayavadis. We don't say inexpressible. We don't say that. But we say it's inconceivable until the Lord blesses me with my ability to speak about Him. Because that's all I can do. Only when I'm blessed by the Lord can I conceive of Him to any degree or speak about Him. And that's so important because bhakti, and that's why the word's not used so much inconceivable. Bhakti is based and distinct from every other process. Every other process. And this is a point I like to make a lot. The karma yogis, the jnana yogis, the stanga yogis. Very difficult process. Very, very, very hard processes. Very, very hard. But the one indulgence they're allowed, that we are not allowed, is Sri Sundari Mataji? What?
We have to satisfy Krishna or not our forces.
Yes. Bhakti, even though it's the easiest, by far, Prabhupada says it a million times, it's easy, it's simple, it's easy. But the price tag for the easiest process is the only one that demands you're not allowed to hold on to any idea that you're doing it by your endeavour. The karmis, the jnanis, the stangis, they're all allowed to perform the great austerities, but they think, by me, I am doing this. The bhaktas, not allowed. Not allowed. It is so much by the Lord's, completely by the Lord's mercy. And recently, in our Bhagavatam also, there's one purport, actually a text we're looking at, Peter saying, faith, penance and prayer are also given to by the Lord. And it really challenged me. I thought, that's what? But everything is given by the Lord. So, inconceivability creates humility. And that's what we all want. We're increasing humility, and by that increasing humility, we actually open our heart up for Krishna to manifest Himself, and we become aware of His presence. And then we can conceive Him, and then we can talk about Him. But only when He's revealing Himself by being pleased with us. So we are clear. We want, by our puny senses, puny mind, and especially our puny intelligence that we're very attached to. I know I'm very, very guilty of that, attached to thinking it's completely pathetic in trying to understand the Lord. And so therefore, that inconceivability, understanding that, we opened up the Lord to manifest to us. And then, but another way, in their oneness, and this is a big challenge to the Hare Krishna movement, everything is Krishna's. Nothing should be neglected. Nothing should ever be badly treated or neglected. And we know Prabhupada famously, there's so many stories how Prabhupada was very strong, very angry if he saw something being neglected or wasted. And even for me, the famous example is very painful because we have loads of it in Radhadesh. What's one of Prabhupada thing he would hate? And we have got lots of them in Radhadesh. Especially in the Pujari kitchen. Any of you in the Pujari kitchen? What's in the Pujari? Yes, dripping taps. Dripping taps. And I go, oh, it's too much to fix. What to let it go. Prabhupada really disliked dripping taps. I was like, because it's wasting Christian energy. It's like amazing. And there were light bulbs and fans, so many stories of Prabhupada, cars, so many times Prabhupada would get in the devotee's cave. So don't neglect anything because it's Krishna's. And this is a real challenge for us, because we know, especially in a communal environment, if it's not mine, then it's somebody else's job. It's what? It's no one's, yes, it's not mine, no one's. So the difference, you go to a community, a Hare Krishna community, and you have like 20 cars outside the temple, they're all perfect. Because they're all by the grihastas. And then you've got the temple car that looks a mess. because it's the temple car. It's not mine, it's no one's, it's the temple car. Except, of course, Gopinath, with the Sankirtan vehicle, keeps it, even now it looks a bit rough, of course. So, but it's just one of those things, because when it's not mine, we all feel. But that's, that's a problem, because it's Krishna, and that's what we need to elevate better. ISKCON's famous Mahavakya, unity in diversity. Everyone's always saying we want unity in diversity. This practical thing is based upon a Chinta Beda Beda Tattva. And atheists, not even finished this line. Atheists, this whole modern thing that deny there's no spiritual, there's no religion, we're all just one with the material energy. We came out of the material energy, we're going back to the material energy. This whole atheist is just the same thing. There is nothing new. It's repackaged Sankaracharya oneness. That's all it is. All the modern things. Okay, what is this? We did briefly that. Oops, okay. I wasn't sure I was going to follow Ekachakra's very good example yesterday and finish in time, but I'm going to go a little over. I'll go another few minutes and I'll stop, and if devotees need to leave, please do. Okay, I'm going to skip. Just very, very briefly, look at the first one. Krishna is in Goloka Vrindavan, and it's simply present in every atom of the super soul. Is this a Chinta Beda Beda Tattva? Okay, definitely not. Even though some devotees of Ekachakra's do use it that way. They do use it that way. But I definitely, and I specifically, even though devotees, I think, I want to be, as Gopinath yesterday was kind of gently correcting me, I do need to soften my approach sometimes. It may be used, but it should be very subordinate usage to the main usage.
You could argue that the super soul is temporary.
Okay.
Because when we get liberated,
But it's not there.
merges into Siddhartha vision, so you could say, but in essence, there's no difference between super soul and Krishna.
Yes. In clear, there's no difference between super soul and Krishna. That's our tattva. And if somebody wants to make a distinction based upon there is a difference, because obviously there's a difference in role, like Ekachakra's points made, but that's the point of ras. It's not called a Chinta Beda Beda ras. It's called a Chinta Beda Beda tattva. And tattva means the science, the sambandha that we base, again, like the previous slide, our whole philosophy and our practice on. Krishna has many incarnations, as there are waves in the ocean, each one displays their own pastimes and mood. Chinta Beda Beda tattva? Nope. Because the Lord and any incarnation of the Lord, they're one with the Lord. They are one. There is no, like the Brahma Samhita, the candle and all the candles lit, they're all one. They manifest different potencies, but they're all one with the Lord. There's nothing less about any incarnation of the Lord.
What about this pastime then, when Lord Chaitanya manifested his six-armed form, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, he says, this is his Achintya Beda Beda Tattva.
Yes, so I would need.
He was actually Vyasdev.
Yes.
He is Vyasdev when he manifests as Vyasdev.
Okay.
I mean, it's a portion of his greatness, but it's that same Krishna.
Okay. So I will need to look up, and it's a specific reference manager. I will look it up, and maybe we can further present it. But from the basic point, Vishnu Tattva. Is it the all Vishnu Tattva? And therefore, Vishnu Tattva, there's no difference. Once you're in Vishnu Tattva, you're Vishnu Tattva. Even if it's Lord Ramachandra, Lord Chaitanya, we know clearly there's no difference. Now, the difference in mood and the difference in how much they manifest capacities, but they're all one. But I'll come back to it because it is an interesting point. Okay, I got a good difference right there, yes. Mahavishnu lies the causal ocean of him, all limited manifested from his pores and perfect complete. So all of these were in my primary usage incorrect. Now I want to just very quickly conclude with, of course, I mean, the person who personifies me the most scholarly is His Grace Radhika Raman Prabhu, who of course did his PhD on Jiva Goswami and the Sandarbhas, one small Anucheda in the Sandarbhas, and he clearly makes this point, and this is really important for devotees again. The word tension. Tension is not a bad word. We have a negative use of the word tension, but it's an essential element of any advancement. Any advancing understanding the philosophy in our own personal advancement, tension. And the Shastra is full of tension between the emphasis of the oneness, the difference, the difference. To an academic or not to think, what's going on? There's just contradiction. No, it's to create a necessary tension to waken us up, to understand everything is one, everything is different. And so tension is essential to stimulate us, the conditioned souls, to try to understand the Lord. So Radha Krimampur says, in our journey through the Chaitanya Vaishnava world of Shakti, we have seen two opposing forces constantly at play with each other: unification and separation of the Lord and his energies. So the Shastra is full of it, the Upanishads are full of it, the Vedanta Sutra are full of it. Full of both points, the oneness and the difference. So we describe Bhagavan and his Shaktis as identical in nature. The Lord and his energies are completely different, completely one, and then distance the two to preserve the Lord's transcendence. So this is where other religions have a huge problem. You cannot equate this energy with the Lord. Look at it. If you equate this energy with the Lord, then you're bringing the Lord down to the nature of this energy, which we know has so many problems. No, that's not the case. That's what other religions feel. You can do both. You can make it one with the Lord. There is nothing different, but yet distance the two to keep that the Lord is not like this energy. This energy is changeable, has issues. The Lord doesn't have that. He's not changeable. But this is energy, which is non-different, but it is changeable. Second point. We made sure that the creation had no existence separate from the Lord, and then took great care to ensure that it did not compromise his perfection. We emphasize very strongly, this is the Lord's energy. Don't see it different from the Lord. Everything is Krishna. But then we turn around and we separate the two because, again, you think, well, this has got so many problems. But the Lord is also got problems? No, he's perfect. And 3, we emphasize Bhagavan's role as the ultimate cause of the world, while insisting that its fluctuations and miseries had nothing to do with him. And on the basis of Scripture, we establish the world is God and the world proceeds out of God. And of course, this comes to the very basic point of the theodicy. The evil. Why is there evil? Why is there bad? Why is there pain? If this world is non-different from him, how can it be non-different? Because look, we see evil. There's so much bad, so much pain. How can that be non-different from the Lord? It is. And of course, our simple Vaishnava conclusion is, we created it. We created the evil and the bad and the pain and the suffering. And of course, we created it in our illusory attempt to enjoy. So, and that's why, and just a little one small question at the beginning, the word God, even also like reincarnations, God is not our term. Because God has this idea of, again, most people's mind of a concept or God, the supreme being, as opposed to there's other beings. So, no, we say the absolute truth. There is nothing different from the absolute truth. Krishna is the absolute truth. Nothing is separate from him. Nothing in existence except our illusion that there is something or anything. So it's so important that we are clear, the absolute truth. Now, and then finally, this constant struggle between unity and difference that characterizes the search for ultimate reality has been accepted by Chaitanya Vaishnava as characteristic of the very nature of that reality. Thus, if the tension in scriptural statements were to be removed in some way, we would not arrive at inconceivability, which we must arrive at inconceivability, because that's what that awakens in us the humility to be a devotee, to chant Hare Krishna nicely, to pray to the Lord, to do our service, to pray to the Vaishnavas. That whole humility comes from accepting the tension which brings us to the point of inconceivability. I need the Vaishnavas to enlighten me. I need people to tell me. I need my guru to tell me. I need to chant Hare Krishna with attention. That need comes from appreciating inconceivability, which we must embrace the tension, and not necessarily. Again, some devotees tend to be, chincha beta beta tattva, chincha, it's a chincha, and pull it out too fast, without first endeavoring to understand things. It's not necessarily a chincha. I have to think. Of course, when we think about it, we try best to understand it, and then we realize, how little I can do, and then it comes to our humble attitude. Okay, so I'm very late, so thank you for your patience. So anybody needs to leave, please do so. But if anybody would like to question or challenge, apart from Saraswati Mataji, he's going to challenge me. On any other points? Anything else? Okay, so I have Radhadesh, Mataji, and Nika Chakra. I'll take Mataji. Mataji, maybe come in so we can hear you, not just the online people. We need to hear you too.
So by listening to your class, it looks like
No, it's on, bro. Yeah, it's on, yeah. A little closer.
it looks like the soul or the jiva has no credit when it comes to good things,
Yes.
but when it comes to bad things, has full responsibility for it. So it doesn't seem
Okay.
like logic
Okay.
plays a part here.
So it seems like the soul gives up. I would say yes, that is correct. That would be a correct conclusion to take from this. Because that's what our when we go from our Sambandha, this mostly is discussion of Sambandha, it's Abhideya. The mood of the Vaishnava is yes. Anything that good happens, goodness is the Lord's mercy. But anything that's wrong, or I said wrong, especially in the devotees say nowadays, if I said anything wrong in my class, anything good I said was from Prabhupada and the Vaishnavas, anything bad I said is my mistake and my fault. So that is how a Vaishnav approaches his relationship with the Lord. It may not be correct, it's not logic, but prayojan, love is not logic. And this is how I love the Lord. Anything good is coming from the Lord because it's His mercy and love for me. But if I make a mistake, which I did, that's my contribution, and therefore I take responsibility for that. And that to me would be an element of, going to the point of love. And love is not logic.
But in the scriptures, in the Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, we can see that every action that we do, even any pious results and everything, it comes from the use of the jiva, of the free will. So we do have some response. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, I don't remember the exact verse, it says that after many pious activities are accumulated, the jiva, I think, comes in contact with the Mahatma or a pure devotee. Okay. So we do have some credit. I mean, the soul has some credit because...
So, but what the Bhagavad Gita goes on to explain in detail is that there's three aspects, there's three parts when you understand things getting done. There's the Lord's permission, the material energy facilitates, and my desire to achieve something. So nothing happens without the Lord permitting it. Anumanta, 15th chapter. Anumanta, what is it? Upadrishna Anumanta, the witness and the permitter. Nothing happens without Krishna's, and then he gives the permission through the material energy. But I'm the one, I just desired it. I'm the one who desired it. And that, because I desired it, I'm fully responsible. So in the karmic sense, that's how non-devotees operate. They operate in the mechanical karmic system. They still don't do anything. It's just their desire. Krishna permits and the material energy arranges. But when we become practicing devotees, we then take that point and then use it to cultivate our relationship with the Lord. Dear Lord, anything good is by your mercy. Anything bad is still my stubborn commitment. It is taking it out of the realm of the direct karmic way you explain it, to bring it to the point of how I'm going to fan my relationship with the Lord. And how I'm going to, again, really turn to him and say, I'm sorry, Krishna. I'm really sorry. I made a mess of our relationship. You didn't. You came with me. But I did. So anything good is you. So that's how I would meditate upon that as a practice of Abhideya, that this is how I'm going to cultivate the real heart of a devotee, that all good is Krishna and all bad is me. Even though it's not directly correct from the karmic thing. Karmic. Okay, maybe sorry. Thank you, Raji. Thank you. We can discuss it later. Maybe Ekachakra has a question too.
I just want to share one very nice conversation I had with Kartik Chandra Prabhu about the word achintya, because we were discussing the external energy, the internal energy, how it's divided in Sandhini, Samvit, and Ladini Shakti. We discussed Yoga Maya and how that fits in. And so at one point he said, yes, conclusion of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Jiva Goswami is that all the individual energies can be explained and analyzed and understood, but how they interact with each other, that is achintya. And that was very nice, because it's inconceivable how all those energies interact with each other, and how these incarnations of the Lord and Yoga Maya and Ladini Shakti and all, how that interacts, that is inconceivable. But the individual energies can be analyzed and understood to a certain extent. So that was a nice angle.
And of course, that's why, I didn't make that point, you remind me. Achintya is different. Chincha beta beta tattva. Devotees can say it's a chincha. So understanding the relation with the Lord and like his energy, it can be chincha, but it may not be oneness and difference. But it's all a chincha. So we can use the word a chincha, but a chincha beta a beta, the relationship between the Lord and his energy. That's, again, one little Shamnanda Dasa's conclusion.
Simultaneously.
Simultaneously, yes.
Simultaneously one and different.
Simultaneously one and different.
Simultaneously.
Yes.
It's simultaneously one and different. So that's inconceivable.
Yes.
It's one and different simultaneously.
What is one and different simultaneously? What's your meditation?
That is how it is explained.
Yes.
It's simultaneously one, inconceivably, simultaneously one and different.
But so what is your meditation? What is simultaneously one and different? How do you meditate exactly?
Krishna and his energy.
Yes. Yeah. That's the point.
We are
yes.
simultaneously
One different. Yes. Yes.
Because we are energy.
Where is energy? Yes. And that's where again. So. So every other religion gets confused by this. They get you have religions which emphasize absolute dualism, and then religions are more soft and sentimental, that God is perfectly immanent, his whole discussion being immanent and transcendence. Some religions like to say it's completely transcendent. You cannot say it, you cannot have the form of the Lord, the picture of the Lord. You're polluting the Lord by having him in some. And then you've got those who say, oh yes, the Lord is everywhere, the Lord's in my heart, the Lord is here, the Lord is there, the Lord's my friend, the Lord's everywhere. Immanence, it's true as well. But they by doing that, they undermine the transcendence of the Lord. So we have perfect immanence, he's fully present, and he's fully transcendental. So simultaneously, he's present and not present, he's simultaneously one and different in his energy. Yes?
I don't want to challenge you.
Come on, challenge sounds like that, he's okay. Good Vaishnava discussion is challenges.
And we give you the mic.
Ikashakra is excited for that.
If it's not challenging, you're going to use the mic.
I do have another question, which is maybe related and a little, because I was struck by something I read in Chaitanya Bhagavat, that when Advaita Prabhu, he wanted the benediction he got, or the thing he asked from the Lord, which was blessed by the Lord, by Mahaprabhu, is that everybody will get love of Godhead, however, no matter what position, but except those who are proud of their material wealth, status, beauty, whatever they are proud of, as identifying with this body. And then Mahaprabhu said that, let it be. So he says that it's true. So then I was thinking, well, but who is not proud of anything? That means everybody. So we are actually, so how are we going to spread Krishna consciousness?
So I would say, like everything, again, I guess I'll go back to the word tension. That's why as devotees, we have to constantly be aware of the tension. So we hear a point like that, we honor it, we relish it, and then we will see elsewhere that the Lord says something else. So this is where the expression is the big picture, the overall context is so important. It's so important. That, so that point to me, when we read that point, we think, oh my God, I want the Lord's mercy. I want to be included. Therefore, I have to stop being proud. I have to stop being attached to my body. So it's and yesterday, what was it? We were discussing a little bit at the end, the scripture. There's descriptive and prescriptive elements in the Shastra. Some things are describing something, and some things are prescribing, telling us what to do. So that context is telling us, you want the Lord's mercy? These gotta go. But if you have these, you're not able to get the Lord's mercy. Now, of course, so many verses where the Lord's telling you, so magnanimous, especially Lord Nityananda, so magnanimous, so merciful. So all these, everything has got a point to make, but the point is not the whole picture. So we see it ourselves. We're here because look at all of us. We wouldn't be here if there wasn't more to Mahaprabhu's meditation than that. But in that context, in that moment, in that pastime, is to warn us, the practitioners, that we need, again, go back to my very first point. Do I have mercy? Yeah, but am I really reciprocating with the mercy properly? No, I'm clearly not. Yeah, so it's not so much I need more mercy. I need to appreciate and work and digest the mercy that's been given to me. And if I don't, then I'm still attached to my body. I'm still not trying to give it up. Then how can I reciprocate with the Lord's kindness? So it's like everything else. It's one beautiful part of the overall picture when we hear pastimes like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, we should finish. Yeah. Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki jai, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Go Premanandi. Thank you, Shabbat, for listening so nicely. So attentive. And the bigger part of the audience is the people who listen.
2 months, right?
Yeah, then she should be washed again.
Yeah.
Nityananda Prabhu and the other devotees informed the Lord about the king's desire, but Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would not agree to see him. At that time, Sri Nityananda Prabhu devised a plan, and he sent a piece of the Lord's outward garment to the king. The next day, when Ramananda Roy again entreated Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to see the king, the Lord, denying the request, asked Ramananda Roy to bring the king's son before him. The prince visited the Lord dressed like a Vaishnava, and this awakened remembrance of Krishna. Thus, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu delivered the son of Maharaj Pratap. After this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed the Gundicha temple before the Rath Yatra took place. He then took his bath at Indradumna Lake and partook of prasad in the garden nearby. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed the temple of Gundicha, a Gaudiya Vaishnava washed the lotus feet of the Lord and drank the water. This incident is very significant, for it awoke within the devotee ecstatic love. Then again, the son of Advaita Prabhu named Gopal fainted during kirtan, and when he did not come to his senses, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu favored him by awakening him. There was also some humorous talk between Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Prabhu during prasad. Advaita Prabhu said that Nityananda Prabhu was unknown to anyone, and that it was not the duty of a householder Brahmin to accept dinner with a person unknown in society. In answer to this humorous statement, Sri Nityananda Prabhu replied that Advaita Acharya was a monist, and that one could not know how his mind could be turned by eating with such an impersonalist. The conversation of these two Prabhus, Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Prabhu, carried a deep meaning that only an intelligent man can understand. After all the Vaishnavas finished their luncheon, Swarup Damodar and others took their prasad within the room. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took great pleasure when he saw the Jagannath deity after the period of the deity's retirement. At that time, Lord Chaitanya was accompanied by all the devotees, and all of them were very much pleased. Verse 1. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed and cleansed the Gundicha temple with his devotees and associates. In this way, he made the temple as cool and bright as his own heart, and thus he made the place befitting for Lord Sri Krishna to sit. Verse 2. All glories to Gaurachandra, all glories to Nityananda, all glories to Advaita Chandra, and all glories to the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Verse 3. All glories to the devotees of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, headed by Srivas Thakur. I beg their power so that I can properly describe Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Verse 4. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu returned from his South Indian tour, Maharaj Pratap, the king of Orissa, became very anxious to meet him. Verse 5. The king sent a letter from his capital, Katak, to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, entreating him to obtain the Lord's permission so that he could go and see him. Verse 6. Replying to the king's letter, the Bhattacharya wrote that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had not given his permission. After this, the king wrote him another letter. Verse 7. In this letter, the king requested Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, please appeal to all the devotees associated with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and submit this petition to them on my behalf. Verse 8. If all the devotees associated with the Lord are favorably disposed toward me, they can submit my petition at the lotus feet of the Lord. Verse 9. By the mercy of all the devotees, one can attain the shelter of the lotus feet of the Lord. Without his mercy, my kingdom does not appeal to me. Verse 10. If Gaura Hari, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, will not show mercy to me, I shall give up my kingdom, become a mendicant, and beg from door to door. Verse 11. When the Bhattacharya received this letter, he became very anxious. He then took the letter and went to the devotees of the Lord. letter, everyone was astonished to see that King Prataparudra had so much devotion for the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Verse 14. The devotees gave their opinion and said, "The Lord will never meet the king, and if we requested him to do so, the Lord will surely feel very unhappy." Verse 15. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then said, "We shall go once again to the Lord, but we shall not request him to meet the king. Rather, we shall simply describe the good behavior of the king." Verse 16. Having thus reached a decision, they all went to the place of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. There, although ready to speak, they could not even utter a word. Verse 17. After they arrived at Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's place, the Lord, seeing them, said, "What have you all come here to say? I see that you want to say something, but you do not speak. What is the reason?" Verse 18. Nityananda Prabhu then said, "We want to tell you something. Although we cannot stay without speaking, we are still very much afraid to speak." Verse 19. "We want to submit before you something that may or may not be befitting. The matter is this: unless he sees you, the king of Orissa will become a mendicant." Verse 20. Nityananda Prabhu continued, "The king has decided to become a mendicant and accept the sign of a mendicant by wearing an earring. He does not want to enjoy his kingdom without seeing the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." Purport. In India, there is still a class of professional mendicants who are very much like the gypsies of Western countries. They know some magical art and mystical processes, and their business is to beg from door to door, sometimes pleading and sometimes threatening. Such mendicants are sometimes called yogis and sometimes kanapata yogis. The word kanapata refers to one who has put a hole in his ear to wear an earring made of ivory. Maharaj Prataparudra was so depressed by not getting to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that he decided to become such a yogi. Ordinary men think that a yogi must have an ivory earring in his ear, but this is not the sign of a real yogi. Maharaj Prataparudra also thought that to become a mendicant yogi, one must wear such an earring. Verse 21. Nityananda Prabhu continued, "The king also expressed his desire to see the moon-like face of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to his eyes' full satisfaction. He would like to raise the lotus feet of the Lord to his heart." Verse 22. Hearing all these statements, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mind was certainly softened, but externally he wished to speak some harsh words. Verse 23. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "I can understand that you all desire to take me to Kata to see the king." Purport. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is naturally the reservoir of all kindness, and as soon as Ramananda wrote, "Amedaya na bahuna shratena," then the car festival of Lord Jagannath approached. Verse 72. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first of all called for Kashi Mishra, then for the superintendent of the temple, then for Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Verse 73. When these three people came before the Lord, he begged them for permission to wash the temple known as Gundicha. Purport. The Gundicha temple is situated 2 miles northeast of the Jagannath temple. At the time of the Rath Yatra festival, Lord Jagannath goes to the Gundicha temple from his original temple and stays there for 1 week. After 1 week, he returns to his original temple. It is understood by hearsay that the wife of Indradyumna, the king who established the Jagannath temple, was known as Gundicha. There is also mention of the name of the Gundicha temple in authoritative scripture. The area of the Gundicha temple is estimated to be 288 cubits by service befitting you. Nonetheless, if you wish to do so, it is to be accepted as one of your pastimes. Verse 77. To wash the temple, you need many water pots and brooms. Therefore, order me. I can immediately bring all these things to you. Verse 78. As soon as the superintendent understood the desire of the Lord, he immediately delivered 100 new water pots and 100 brooms for sweeping the temple. Verse 79. The next day, early in the morning, the Lord took his personal associates with him, and with his own hand smeared sandal and pulp on their bodies. Verse 80. He then gave each devotee a broom with his own hand, and taking all of them personally with him, the Lord went to go meet you. Verse 81. In this way, the Lord and his associates went to cleanse the Radhedesh temple. At first they cleansed the temple with the brooms. Verse 82. The Lord cleansed everything inside the temple very nicely, including the ceiling. He then took up the sitting place,
You want
Singhasana,
to do the ceiling?
cleansed it, and again put it in
So
its
the Lord
original
cleaned
place.
everything nicely, including the
Verse
ceiling.
83.
You want us to do the ceiling?
Thus the Lord and his companions cleansed
And
and
we'll be here
swept
till
all
tomorrow.
the temple's buildings, big and small, and
If we
finally
do it
cleansed the
enough,
area between the temple and the
if you go
kirtan
to
hall.
every, we'll be here for 2 weeks.
Verse 84.
It's very
Indeed, hundreds of devotees were engaged in cleansing all around the temple, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was personally carrying out the operation just to instruct others. Verse 85. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed and cleansed the temple in great jubilation, chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna all the time. Similarly, all the devotees were also chanting and at the same time performing their respective duties. Verse 86. The entire beautiful body of the Lord was covered with dust and dirt. In this way, it became transcendentally beautiful. At times, when cleansing the temple, the Lord shed tears, and in some places he even cleansed with those tears. Verse 87. After this, the place where the deity's food was kept, Bhoga Mandir, was cleansed. Then the yard was cleansed, and then all the residential quarters, one after the other. Verse 88. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu collected all the straw, dust, and grains of sand in one place, he gathered it all in his cloth and threw it outside. Verse 89. Following the example of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees in great jubilation began to gather straws and dust with their own cloths and throw them outside the temple. Verse 90. The Lord then told the devotees, I can tell how much you have labored and how well you have cleansed the temple simply by seeing all the straw and dust you have collected outside. Verse 91. Even though all the devotees collected dirt in one pile, the dirt collected by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was much greater. Verse 92. After the inside of the temple was cleansed, the Lord again allotted areas for the devotees to cleanse. Verse 93. The Lord then ordered everyone to cleanse the inside of the temple very perfectly by taking finer dust, straws, and grains of sand and throwing them outside. Verse 94. After Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the Vaishnavas cleansed the temple for the second time, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very happy to see the cleansing work. Verse 95. While the temple was being swept, about 100 men stood ready with filled water pots, and they simply awaited the Lord's order to throw the water from them. Verse 96. As soon as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called for water, all the men immediately brought the water pots, which were completely filled, and delivered them before the Lord. Verse 97. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu first washed the main temple, and then thoroughly washed the ceiling, the walls, the floor, the sitting place, Singhasana, and everything else within the room. Verse 98. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself and his devotees began to throw water onto the ceiling. When this water fell, would wash the walls and floor. Verse 99. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to wash the sitting place of Lord Jagannath with his own hands, and all the devotees began to bring water to the Lord. Verse 100. All the devotees within the temple began to wash. Each one had a broom in his hand, and in this way they cleansed the temple of the Lord. Verse 101. Someone brought water to pour into the hands of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and someone poured water on his lotus feet. Verse 102. The water that fell from the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was drunk by someone who hid himself. Someone else begged for that water, and another person was giving that water in charity. Verse 103. After the room was washed, the water was let out through an outlet, and it then flowed and filled the yard outside. Verse 104. The Lord mopped the rooms with his own clothes, and he polished the throne with them also. Verse 105. In this way all the rooms were cleansed with 100 water pots. After the rooms had been cleansed, the minds of the devotees were as clean as the rooms. Verse 106. When the temple was cleansed, it was purified, cool, and pleasing, just as if the Lord's own pure mind had appeared. Verse 107. Since hundreds of men were engaged in bringing water from the lake, there was no place to stand on the banks. Consequently, someone began to draw water from a well. Verse 108. Hundreds of devotees brought water in the pots, and hundreds took the empty pots away to fill them up again. Verse 109. With the exception of Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, Swarup Damodar, Brahmananda Bharati, and Paramananda Puri, everyone was engaged in filling the water pots and bringing them there. Verse 110. Many of the water pots were broken when people collided with one another, and hundreds of men had to bring new water pots to fill. Verse 111. Some people were filling the pots and others were washing the rooms, but everyone was engaged in chanting the holy name of Krishna and Hari. Verse 112. One person begged for a water pot by chanting the holy names, Krishna, Krishna, and another delivered a pot while chanting Krishna, Krishna. Verse 113. Whenever anyone had to speak, he did so by uttering the holy name of Krishna. Consequently, the holy name of Krishna became an indication for everyone who wanted something. Verse 114. As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was vibrating the holy name of Krishna in ecstatic love, he himself was performing the work of hundreds of men. Verse 115. It appeared as though Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were cleansing and washing with 100 hands. He approached every devotee just to teach him how to work. Verse 116. When he saw someone doing nicely, the Lord praised him. But if he saw that someone was not working to his satisfaction, he immediately chastised that person, not bearing him any grudge. Verse 117. The Lord would say, "You have done well. Please teach this to others so that they may act in the same way." Verse 118. As soon as they heard Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu say this, everyone became ashamed. Thus the devotees began to work with great attention. Verse 119. They washed the Jagamohan area, and then the place where food was kept. All other places were also washed. Verse 120. In this way, the meeting place was washed, the entire yard, the raised sitting places, the kitchen, and every other room. Verse 121. Thus all places around the temple were thoroughly washed within and without. Verse 122. After everything was thoroughly washed, a Vaishnava from Bengal, who was very intelligent and simple, came and poured water on the lotus feet of the Lord. Verse 123. The Gaudiya Vaishnava then took that water and drank it himself, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu felt a little unhappy and was also outwardly angry. Verse 124. Although the Lord was certainly satisfied with him, he became angry externally in order to establish the etiquette of religious principles. Verse 125. The Lord then called for Swarup Damodar and told him, just see the behavior of your Bengali Vaishnav. Verse 126. This person from Bengal has washed my feet within the temple of the personality of Godhead. Not only that, but he has drunk the water himself. Verse 127. I now do not know what my destination is because of this offense. Indeed, your Bengali Vaishnav has greatly implicated me. Purport. It is significant that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told Swarup Damodar Goswami that the Bengali Vaishnav was your Gaudiya Vaishnav. This means that all Gaudiya Vaishnavas who are followers of the Chaitanya cult are subordinate to Swarup Damodar Goswami. The Parampara system is very strictly observed by Gaudiya Vaishnavas. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's personal secretary was Swarup Damodar Goswami. The next group of devotees was the 6 Goswamis, then Kaviraj Goswami. It is necessary to observe the Parampara system of the Chaitanya cult. There are many offenses one can commit while serving the Lord, and these are described in the Bhakti Prasamrita Sindhu, Hari Bhakti Vilas, and other books. According to the rules and regulations, no one should accept obeisances in the temple of the Lord before the deity. Nor is it proper for a devotee to offer obeisances and touch the feet of the spiritual master before the deity. This is considered an offense. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself was personally the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, it was not actually offensive to wash his lotus feet in the temple. However, because he was playing the part of an acharya, the Lord considered himself an ordinary human being. He also wanted to give instructions to ordinary human beings. The point is that even though one plays the part of a spiritual master, he should not accept obeisances or permit a disciple to wash his feet before the deity. This is a matter of etiquette. Verse 128. At this point, Swarup Damodar Goswami caught the Gaudiya Vaishnava by the neck and, giving him a little push, ejected him from the Gundichapuri temple and made him stay outside. Verse 129. After Swarup Damodar Goswami returned within the temple, he requested Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to excuse that innocent person. Verse 130. After this incident, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very much satisfied. He then asked all of the devotees to sit down in 2 lines on both sides. Verse 131. The Lord then personally sat down in the middle and picked up all kinds of straw, grains of sand, and dirty things. Verse 132. While Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was picking up the straws and grains of sand, he said, I shall gather everyone's collection, and I shall ask whoever has collected less than all the others to pay a fine of sweet cakes and sweet rice. Verse 133. In this way, all the quarters of the Gundicha temple were completely cleansed and cleared. All quarters were cool and spotless, like one's cleansed and pacified mind. Verse 134. When the water from the different rooms was finally let out through the halls, it appeared as if new rivers were rushing out to meet the waters of the ocean. Verse 135. Outside the gateway of the temple, all the roads were also cleansed, and no one could tell exactly how this was done. Purport. In commenting on the cleansing of the Gundicha temple, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur says that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as the world leader, was personally giving instructions on how one should receive Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, within one's cleansed and pacified heart. If one wants to see Krishna seated in his heart, he must first cleanse the heart, as prescribed by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in his Shikshastika, Cheto Darpana Martu. In this age, everyone's heart is especially unclean, as confirmed in Srimad Bhagavatam. Hridyanta stohi bhadrani. To wash away all dirty things accumulated within the heart, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu advised everyone to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. The first result will be that the heart is cleansed. Cheto Darpana Martu. Similarly, Srimad Bhagavatam confirms this statement. Shrinvatam swakta Krishna punya shravana kirtan Hridyanta stoya bhadrani vidunoti suritsatam. Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma, super soul, in everyone's heart, and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee, who relishes his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when properly heard and chanted. If a devotee at all wants to cleanse his heart, he must chant and hear the glories of the Lord, Sri Krishna, Shrinvatam Swakata Krishna. This is a simple process. Krishna himself will help cleanse the heart because he is already seated there. Krishna wants to continue living within the heart, and the Lord wants to give directions. But one has to keep his heart as clean as Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu kept the Gundicha temple. The devotee therefore has to cleanse his heart just as the Lord cleansed the Gundicha temple. In this way, one can be pacified and enriched in devotional service. If the heart is filled with straw, grains of sand, weeds, or dust, in other words, anya bilasa porna, one cannot enthrone the Supreme Personality of Godhead there. The heart must be cleansed of all material motives brought about through fruitive work, speculative knowledge, the mystic yoga system, and so many other forms of soul meditation. The heart must be cleansed without ulterior motive. As Srila Rupa Goswami says, Anya Vilasita Shunya Jnana Karma Dhyanavritam. In other words, there should not be any external motive. One should not attempt material upliftment, understanding the Supreme by speculative knowledge, fruitive activity, severe austerity, penance, and so on. All these activities are against the natural growth of spontaneous love of Godhead. As soon as these are present within the heart should be understood to be unclean and therefore unfit to serve as Krishna's sitting place. We cannot perceive the Lord's presence in our hearts unless our hearts are cleansed. A material desire is explained as the desire to enjoy the material world to its fullest extent. In modern language, this is called economic development. An inordinate desire for economic development is considered to be like straws and grains of sand within the heart. If one is overly engaged in material activity, the heart will always remain disturbed. As stated by Narottam Das Thakur, samsara vishanale divanishi hiyajvale daitena kayina upai. In other words, endeavor for material opulence is against the principle of devotional service. Material enjoyment includes activities such as great sacrifices for auspicious activity, charity, austerity, elevation to the higher planetary system, and even living happily within the material world. Modernized material benefits are like the dust of material contamination. When this dust is agitated by the whirlwind of fruitive activity, it overcomes the heart. Thus, the mirror of the heart is covered with dust. There are many desires for performing auspicious and inauspicious activities, but people do not know how life after life they are keeping their hearts unclean. One who cannot give up the desire for fruitive activity is understood to be covered by the dust of material contamination. Karmis generally think that the interaction of fruitive activities can be counteracted by another karma or fruitive activity. This is certainly a mistaken An elephant may bathe very thoroughly, but as soon as it comes out of the river, it immediately takes some sand from the land and throws it all over its body. If one suffers due to his past fruitive activities, he cannot counteract his suffering by performing auspicious activities. The sufferings of human society cannot be counteracted by material plans. The only way suffering can be mitigated is by Krishna consciousness. When one takes to Krishna consciousness and engages himself in the devotional service of the Lord, beginning with chanting and hearing the glories of the Lord, the cleansing of the heart begins. When the heart is actually cleansed, one can clearly see the Lord sitting there without any disturbance. In Srimad Bhagavatam, the Lord confirms that he sits within the heart of the pure devotee. Sadhava hridayam mayam, sadhava hridayam tvam. Impersonal speculation, monism, merging into the existence of the Supreme. Speculative knowledge, mystic yoga, and meditation are all compared to grains of sand. They simply cause irritation to the heart. No one can satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead by such activities, nor do we give the Lord a chance to sit in our hearts peacefully. Rather, the Lord is simply disturbed by them. Sometimes yogis and jnanis in the beginning take to the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra as a way to begin their various practices. But when they falsely think that they have attained release from the bondage of material existence, they give up chanting. They do not consider that the ultimate goal is the form of the Lord or the name of the Lord. Such unfortunate creatures are never favored by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for they do not know what devotional service is. Lord Krishna describes them in the Bhagavad Gita in this way. Tanaham dushita kruran samsareshu naradaman Shipam yajasram ashubhan asurish veva yanishu. Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life. By his practical example, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has shown us that all the grains of sand must be picked up thoroughly and thrown outside. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also cleansed the outside of the temple, fearing that the grains of sand would again come within. In this connection, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur explains that even though one may become free from the desire for fruitive activity, sometimes the subtle desire for fruitive activity again comes into being within the heart. One often thinks of conducting business to improve devotional activity, but the contamination is so strong that it may later develop into misunderstanding, described as kruti nati, fault-finding, and partistasha, the desire for name and fame and for high position, jiva himsa, envy of other living entities, nishidachara, accepting things forbidden in the Shastra, kama, desire for material gain, and puja, hankering for popularity. The word kuti nati means duplicity. As an example of pratistasha, one may attempt to imitate Srila Haridas Thakur by living in a solitary place. One's real desire may be for name and fame. In other words, one thinks that fools will accept one to be as good as Haridas Thakur just because one lives in a solitary place. These are all material desires. A neophyte devotee is certain to be attacked by other material desires as well, namely desires for women and money. In this way, the heart is again filled with dirty things and becomes harder and harder, like that of a materialist. Gradually, one desires to become a reputed devotee or an avatar or incarnation. The word jiva himsa, envy of other living entities, actually means stopping the preaching of Krishna consciousness. Preaching work is described as paropakara, welfare activity for others. Those who are ignorant of the benefit compromise with the Mayavadis, he is also engaged in material activity. A devotee should never make compromises with devotees. By acting as a professional guru, mystic yogi, or miracle man, one may cheat and bluff the general public and gain fame as a wonderful mystic. But all this is considered to be dust and straw and grains of sand within the heart. In addition, one should follow the regulative principles and not desire illicit sex, gambling, intoxicants, or meat. To give us practical instructions, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu cleansed the temple twice. His second cleansing was more thorough. The idea was to throw away all the stumbling blocks on the path of devotional service. He cleansed the temple with firm conviction, as is evident from his using his own personal garments for cleaning. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to see personally that the temple was thoroughly cleansed to the standard of clean marble. Clean marble gives a cooling effect. Devotional service means attaining peace from all disturbances caused by material contamination. In other words, it is the process by which the mind is cooled. The mind can be peaceful and thoroughly cleansed when one no longer desires anything but devotional service. Even though all dirty things may be cleansed away, sometimes subtle desires remain in the mind for impersonalism, monism, success, and the four principles of religious activity, dharma, artha, kama, and moksha. All these are like spots on clean cloth. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also wanted to cleanse all these away. By his practical activity, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu informed us how to cleanse our hearts. Once the heart is cleansed, we should invite Lord Sri Krishna to sit down, and we should observe the festival by distributing prasad and chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to teach every devotee by his personal behavior. Everyone who spreads the cult of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepts a similar responsibility. The Lord was personally chastising and praising individuals in the course of the cleaning, and those who are engaged as acharyas must learn from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu how to train devotees by personal example. The Lord was very much pleased with those who would cleanse the temple by taking out undesirable things accumulated within. This is called anartha nivritti, cleansing the heart of all unwanted things. Thus, the cleansing of the Gundicha Mandir was conducted by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to let us know how the heart should be cleansed and soothed to receive Lord Sri Krishna and enable him to sit within the heart without disturbance. Verse 136. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also cleansed the Nisringa temple inside and outside. Finally, he rested a few minutes and then began dancing. Purport. The Nisringa temple is a nice temple just outside the Gundicha temple. In this temple, there is a great festival on the day of Nisringa Chaturdashi. There is also a Nisringa temple at Navadvip, where the same festival is observed, as described by Murari Gupta in his book Chaitanya Charita. Verse 137. All around Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all the devotees performed congregational chanting. The Lord, just like a maddened lion, danced in the middle. Verse 138. As usual, when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced, there were perspiration, trembling, fading, tears, jubilation, and roaring. Indeed, the tears from his eyes washed his body and those before him. Verse 139. In this way, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu washed the bodies of all the devotees with the tears from his eyes. The tears poured like rains in the month of Shravana. Verse 140. The sky was filled with the great and loud chanting of Sankirtan, and the earth shook from the jumping and dancing of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Verse 141. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu always liked the loud chanting of Swarup Damodar. Therefore, when Swarup Damodar sang, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu danced and jumped high in jubilation. Verse 142. The Lord thus chanted and danced for some time. Finally, understanding the circumstances, he stopped. Verse 143. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then ordered Sri Gopal, the son of Advaita Acharya, to dance. Verse 144. While dancing in ecstatic love, Sri Gopal fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. Verse 145. When Sri Gopal fainted, Advaita Acharya hastily took him upon his lap. Seeing that he was not breathing, he became very much agitated. Verse 146. Advaita Acharya and others began to chant the holy name of Lord Nrsimha and sprinkle water. The roaring of the chant was so great that it seemed to shake the entire universe. Verse 147. When the boy did not regain consciousness after some time, Advaita Acharya and the other devotees began to cry. Verse 148. Then Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu placed his hand on the chest of Sri Gopal and said loudly, "Gopal, stand up." Verse 149. As soon as Gopal heard the voice of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he immediately came to his senses. All the devotees then began to dance, chanting the holy name of Hari. Verse 150. This incident has been described in detail by Vrindavan Das Thakur. Therefore, I have described it only in brief. Purport. This is a matter of etiquette. If a previous acharya has already written about something, there is no need to repeat it for personal sense gratification or to outdo the previous acharya. Unless there is some definite improvement, one should not repeat. Verse 151. After taking rest, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all the devotees departed to take their baths. Verse 152. After bathing, the Lord stood on the bank of the lake and put on dry garments. After offering obeisances to Lord Nrsimhadev, whose temple was nearby, the Lord entered the garden. Verse 153. In the garden, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sat down with the other devotees. Vaninath Roy then came and brought all kinds of Mahaprasad. Verses 154 and 155. Kashi Mishra and Tulsi, the superintendent of the temple, brought as much prasad as 500 men could eat. Seeing the large quantity of prasad, which consisted of rice, cakes, sweet rice, and a variety of vegetables, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was very much satisfied. Verse 156. Among the devotees present with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu were Puri, Brahmananda Bharati, Advaita Acharya, and Nityananda Prabhu. Verse 157. Acharya Ratna, Acharya Nidhi, Srivas Thakur, Gadadhar Pandit, Shankara, Nandan Acharya, Raghava Pandit, and Vikreshwar were also present. Verse 158. Receiving the permission of the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya sat down. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and all his devotees sat on raised wooden seats. Verse 159. In this way, all the devotees sat down to take their lunch in consecutive lines, one beside the other. Verse 160. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was repeatedly calling, Haridas, Haridas. And at that time, Haridas, standing at a distance, spoke as follows. Verse 161. Haridas Thakur said, "Let Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu take his lunch with the devotees. Since I am abominable, I cannot sit down among you." Verse 162. Govinda will give me prasad later, outside the door. Understanding his mind, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did not call him again. Verses 163 and 164. Swarup Damodar Goswami, Jagadananda, Damodar Pandit, Kashishwar, Gopinath, Vaninath, and Shankara distributed prasad, and the devotees chanted the holy names at intervals. Verse 165. Lord Sri Krishna had previously taken his lunch in the forest, and that very pastime was remembered by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Verse 166. Just by remembering the pastimes of Lord Sri Krishna, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was agitated by ecstatic
zingen eigenlijk, maar dat kan ik nu.
Huh?
Hare Krishna, nee, ik zeg net tegen Linda, we hadden nog willen zingen, maar we gaan er nou mee weg. Ja, het gaat allemaal zo snel.
maar wat naar voren hoor, dan kun je het altijd goed zien. Nou, in het midden van het altaar zien jullie dan Krishna samen met Radharani. Zoals ik net al had verteld. Nou, zoals jullie nu al deze beeldgedaanten zien, als jullie morgen terug zouden komen, ziet het er weer heel anders uit. Want elke dag worden deze beeldgedaantes 2 keer helemaal omgekleed. Wij zijn een devotionele stroming, dus wij proberen zoveel mogelijk de liefde van God te ontwikkelen. En één onderdeel daarvan is dus dat we al die beeldgedaantes 2 keer per dag omkleden. En iets anders is dat we ook de beeldgedaantes op het altaar 6 keer per dag een maaltijd, van een mooie, lekkere maaltijd voorzien. We hebben een speciale keuken hier, waar alleen maar gekookt mag worden voor het altaar. Helemaal speciaal voor het altaar. Dus dat is ook een manier om onze liefde te tonen. En voor de rest wordt er nog heel veel erediensten gehouden, artisch, op het altaar. Dus hier wordt altijd heel veel, veel liefde geuit voor alle beeldgedaantes. Nou, de eerste dienst is om 4:30 ochtends, dus jullie kunnen allemaal een keertje langskomen. Als je een keer in de buurt bent, al zo vroeg, dan even extra vroeg opstaan. En bij de eerste dienst, dan gaan we hier de gordijnen open. En dan kunnen we de beeldgedaantes zien in een nachtkledij. En dat is een meer wat basic outfit. Trouwens deze set kleding die jullie hier zien nu, dat is maar 1 set kleding. In totaal hebben we meer dan 200 sets kleding. Dus we hebben heel veel kasten vol met kleding voor het altaar. Dus bijna elke dag van het jaar ziet het er hier anders uit. En bij die eerste dienst, dan kunnen we dan de beeldgedaantes in die nachtkledij zien. Dan s'avonds doen we ook de bloemenkransen dan af als ze worden omgekleed met een nachtkledij. Dat vind ik zelf ook niet lekker slapen met zo'n bloemenkrans om. Ook de overtollige sieraden en dergelijke die blijven af. En dan de eerste dienst, er wordt bij gezongen, er wordt bij gedanst. En die duurt in totaal 3 kwartier. En dan om 4:15 gaan hier de gordijnen dicht. En dan komen er 6 priesteressen komen dan op het altaar. Die gaan achter die gesloten gordijnen al die beeldgedaantes uitkleden, daarna wassen en daarna aankleden met een nieuwe nachtkledij. Nou, daar hebben ze 2 uur de tijd voor, dus we moeten best wel even doorwerken. En dan krijgen ze ook weer allemaal verse bloemenkransen. Elke dag krijgen ze allemaal verse bloemenkransen. Maar die worden al op de dag van tevoren gemaakt. Die hoeven ze niet nog even snel op het altaar op te staan. Dat zou echt niet te doen zijn. Die worden de dag van tevoren gemaakt en die moeten dan in de koelkast bewaard zodat ze vers blijven. En die krijgen ze dan ook. Nou, en dan om 6:15 moet het echt klaar zijn. Dus van 4:15 tot 6:15 is er tijd voor. Want dan is de volgende dienst en dan moeten we weer de gordijnen open gaan en moeten we met z'n allen kunnen zien de kleding ze aan hebben deze dag. En dus ook deze dag, van deze ochtend, om 7:15, gingen hier de gordijnen open en toen konden we zien, zijn deze kledij deze dag en ook de achtergrondjes worden elke dag omgewisseld. Dus het ziet er echt helemaal anders uit elke dag.
Zijn bij elke dienst alle 50 mensen?
Sorry?
Bij elke dienst alle 50 mensen?
Nee. Dit is echt heel verschillend hoeveel mensen daar uiteindelijk echt hier aanwezig zijn. Ja.
Maar ook mensen van buitenaf mogen.
Ja, ook mensen van buitenaf mogen gewoon komen. Ja. Dus jullie zijn allemaal welkom. En misschien is de dienst van 7:15 dan nog wat geschikter, of iets minder vroeg als je bent. En zeg maar tijdens de tijd. En tijdens dat ze dus op het altaar bezig zijn met het omkleden van de beeldgedaantes, kunnen wij mooi onze mantra-meditatie doen. En de mantra-meditatie, dat doen we op de manen. Die heeft 108 kanalen. Jullie kennen dat misschien ook wel uit het katholieke geloof, Paternoster, Rozenkrans. En op elke kraan doen we dan de Hare Krishna mantra. Als gebedje zeggen, per kraan. Dus dat gaat ongeveer zo. Hare Krishna, 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 Dus na 108 van die mantra's kom ik weer hier terug bovenaan. Dan heb ik hier die dwarsliggende kabel. En dan weet je van, oh, ik heb 1 ronde nu gedaan. Ik heb 108 mantra's gedaan. Ga ik er niet overheen en draai ik hem om. En dan ga ik dezelfde weg weer terug. Ga ik de tweede ronde van mantra's mediteren. En ik zeg maar zelf die mantra's dan zachtjes voor mezelf op. En niet te hard, zodat andere mensen die ook zitten te mediteren van mijn mantra's horen in plaats van hun eigen mantra's. Dat is niet de bedoeling. Dus gewoon hard genoeg dat je het zelf kan horen. En terwijl je dus de mantra's uitspreekt, probeer je heel goed te concentreren op de mantra's die je zelf uitspreekt. En zo kan je in die meditatie komen, die eenpuntige concentratie. Nou, de hele mantra bestaat maar uit 3 woordjes. Het woordje Hare. En Hare staat voor de vrouwelijke liefdesenergie van God. Radhadesh op het altaar. Het woordje Krishna, de alleraantrekkelijkste. En dan het woordje Rama, de bron van alle vreugde. Dus deze mix van die namen, als je dus echt in die diepere meditatie komt, dat je die concentratie goed kan vasthouden, dan kan het een heel fijn, gelukzalig gevoel geven. Dat is eigenlijk het doel. Doordat je zeg maar concentreert op je eigen mantra's, ben je iets minder snel afgeleid. Je hebt ook andere spirituele stromingen, waar ze bijvoorbeeld meer concentreren op de ademhaling of iets dergelijks. Dan ben je iets vlotter afgeleid. Maar omdat wij die terugkoppeling hebben in die mantra-meditatie, dat je ook heel geconcentreerd probeert te luisteren naar je eigen mantra's, dan ben je ook minder snel afgeleid. Maar ook helaas met mantra-meditatie gaat af en toe, gaan die gedachten toch even naar van, oh ja, ik moet vanmiddag nog dit doen en ik moet ook nog tegen die persoon zeggen. Dus die denkgeest die komt er toch tussendoor. Maar elke keer als dat gebeurt, dan ga je gewoon weer terug naar het luisteren van de mantra's. Dus elke keer als je merkt, oh ik ben afgeleid, niet jezelf te straffen van, oh ja, ik kan dit helemaal niet. Dat is gewoon een trucje van de denkgeest om je daar helemaal uit te halen. Nee, gewoon, oh ja, ik was afgeleid, terug naar het luisteren, concentreren op mijn eigen mantra's die ik gewoon wel aan het opzeggen was, terwijl ik gewoon mijn gedachten ergens anders was. En zo leer je ook dat je in het dagelijks leven ook niet zoveel belang moet hechten aan al die gedachten die toch altijd maar doorgaan. Dus dan in het dagelijks leven, als je dan eens een keer die denkgeest weer ontspoord is bij jezelf en iemand heeft iets vervelends tegen je gezegd, iets onaardigs en die denkgeest die gaat gelijk van, oh ik had gelijk dit moeten terugzeggen en dat moeten doen. Nou, dat kan je dan ook bij jezelf eerder zien als je regelmatig aan dit soort meditatie doet. En dan kan je denken, oh oké, dus het zijn maar gedachten, het is maar een denkgeest en ego wat een beetje opborrelt. Gewoon een paar keer goed diep ademhalen en klaar. En je hoeft natuurlijk niet gelijk uren per dag dit te doen, want mensen die hier geïnitieerd zijn door een spiritueel leraar, die beloven bij een initiatie dat ze vanaf die dag 16 keer zo'n hele ronde van 108 mantra's mediteren, elke dag lang, de rest van hun leven. Dat komt erop neer op ongeveer 2 uur meditatie per dag. Dus zolang ze hier achter de gesloten gordijnen bezig zijn met het omkleden van de beeldgeluiders, die 2 uur kunnen wij makkelijk ook onze dagelijkse quota van meditatie doen. Maar niemand is ooit begonnen met gelijk 2 uur te gaan mediteren. Dus het is ook helemaal niet nodig. Je kan beginnen met bijvoorbeeld 10 minuutjes of zo. Dus als je elke dag, nadat je 's morgens hebt gedoucht en je bent aangekleed, en je zou eventjes 10 minuten gaan zitten en dan 10 minuten lang die mantra herhalen en gewoon heel geconcentreerd naar luisteren, dat kan al heel je leven anders maken. Ik zou zeggen, probeer het eens een aantal weken vol te houden. Dus iedereen krijgt straks ook een mantra-kaartje mee. Dus dan kunnen jullie thuis ook eens mee oefenen. En heel veel mensen zeggen dan, nou, ik heb gewoon geen tijd. Ik heb geen tijd daarvoor. En dan zeg ik altijd van, oké, ga dan 10 minuten eerder naar bed. Zet je wekker ook 10 minuten eerder. Dan heb je gewoon 10 minuten tijd gecreëerd. Dan kan je wel in die ochtend 10 minuutjes hiermee doen. Ik zou zeggen, probeer het. Nou, verder wat we ook nog doen tijdens de diensten, is het zingen van een mantra. Dus ik zal dat even 1 keertje voordoen. En dan kunnen we daarna met z'n allen heel enthousiast samen zingen. Ik zie jullie wel uit. Kom op. Nou, in de dienst van 7:15 doen we ook altijd een stuk verering van onze oprichter, die jullie achteraan kunnen zien zitten. Want zonder Prabhupada, ja, dan was dit er gewoon allemaal niet geweest. Hadden we dit allemaal op dit mooiste niet, hadden we ook de boeken niet, die waar we altijd had kunnen studeren en dergelijke. Dus vandaar dat we ook altijd een stukje dankbaarheid richting Prabhupada laten zien. En dat zit dus in die dienst van 7:15. Wat misschien een meerschappelijke tijd voor jullie is om een keer bij te wonen. Oké, dan gaan we nu de schoenen weer terug aantrekken. Dan gaan we naar de zee.
Wij gaan nog even hier blijven, de groep zo van Hels. Even een beetje afrekeren. Ik kan je eerst voorstellen, ik ben Charlie, dat is mijn man Chatou. Als we een tijdje in beweging zitten, dan gaan we ook een geestelijke leraar uitzoeken. Dat zijn verschillende mensen dat in het safraan zijn, zoals deze jongen nu ziet. Dus het zijn eigenlijk mensen die niet getrouwd zijn. Sommige mensen zijn ooit getrouwd geweest, maar hebben dan toch nog de beslissing genomen om een geestelijke leraar te worden. En dan gaan zij in het safraan. En je ziet de dames die dat in Twitter rondlopen, dat zijn dames die dat ooit getrouwd geweest of zelfs nooit getrouwd geweest zijn en beslissen dan zelf om in Twitter rond te lopen. De rest van ons, wij hebben allemaal gekleurde kledij aan. Maar deze was even onverwacht, daarmee zie je dat ik ook geen sari aan heb, maar ben ik eigenlijk gewoon in mijn gewone dagelijkse kledij. Als we dan die geestelijke leraar volgen, die leert ons een klein beetje het pad van Krishna te bewandelen en we gaan dan een tijdje beslissen van kijk, jullie krijgen een andere naam. Eigenlijk kun je een beetje vergelijken met een kindje dat gedoopt wordt dat een nieuwe naam krijgt, of een naam krijgt, gaan ze ook zo ons een nieuwe naam geven. Onze oude naam die gebruiken wij nog wel op het werk in officiële papieren, daar kennen ze ook gewoon Peggy, maar ik ben Charlie en ik ben, zal mij ook zo aanspreken. We hebben ook een gedeelte, gelijk dat je zag in de film, mensen dat hier wonen. In het kasteel zelf wil eigenlijk zeggen dat je niet getrouwd bent. De dames en de heren wonen nu apart en er zit altijd zo'n dikke muur tussen dat ze 's nachts niet kunnen elkaar slapen. Het is eigenlijk de bedoeling als je niet getrouwd bent dat je hier komt wonen. Als je beslist van een tempelleven aan te gaan. Als je in de tempel zelf woont, dan wordt er eigenlijk van u verwacht dat je 6 uur per dag werkt. Dat kan zijn dat je op het altaar staat, dat je de tuin doet, koken, de bakkerij, het restaurant, de boutique, de koeien verzorgen, afwassen. Wat je goed in bent, dat moet je dan gaan doen. We hebben ook mensen dat taxi spelen of mensen om eraf te halen, zeker voor festivals en voor is altijd heel veel volk bij ons. De mensen die dan meestal rondom wonen, in de straat zijn er heel veel huizen, Oudenberg zijn ook heel veel huizen aan toegewijden. Het zijn mensen die meestal buiten doen, buiten gaan werken. Dus wij gaan werken, wij geven ook niks af. Dat mag, maar dat is geen verplichting. Als je zegt van kijk, ik doneer de helft van mijn loon aan de derde, is dat goed. Maar ze gaan niet zeggen op het einde van de maand van kijk, wij komen en wij komen een stukje aan. Dat is niet verplicht. Dat is een keuze dat je zelf maakt. Voor de rest staan we ook gelijk dat gehoord hebt, staan we meestal op om 3:30. De eerste dienst begint eigenlijk om 4:30. En wat komen wij dan doen? We komen in een tempel binnen. Dan gaan de gordijnen opengaan. Dan gaan de gordijnen opengaan, dan gaat ook nog andere kledij zien. En dan komen we eigenlijk goedemorgen Krishna zeggen. Er wordt een gebed gedaan, de dansers zingen. Er is ook nog een plant dat je ziet, tulasi-plant, dat is een boom in India, dat wordt ook vereerd, dat doen we ook 's morgens. Als dat gedaan is rond de uur 5, 4:15 gaan de gordijnen terug dicht. Dan komen er, even stellen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pujaris, beter willen gekend als priesters in de kerk, komen dan op het altaar en gaan de deities uitkleden. Dus s'avonds steken ze in de pyjama, 's morgens krijgen zij hun dagkleding aan. Dat wordt ook allemaal versierd. Dat doen we eigenlijk om Krishna te vervelen, om te laten zien van kijk, wij zorgen voor u. Zij krijgen ook 7 keer per dag eten. Dus het geur dat je riekt, dat is de keuken niet beneden, ze dan koken voor ons in de tempel. Ze ook aan het koken voor het altaar. Ze staan 's morgens op om 4 uur met zoet. Sweets. Op plateaus wordt dat eigenlijk naar boven gebracht. Ja, ze hebben waarschijnlijk wel zien die gaat komen met eten. Dat eten gaat er ook nooit niet zien, dat is ook afgedikt. Dat wordt pas open gedaan als alles klaar is. Dan worden de doeken eraf getrokken en dan wordt het eten eigenlijk opgeofferd naar de deities toe. Dat eten wordt ook niet weggegooid. Dat komt, daarna gaat het naar beneden, er staat beneden niemand te wachten. Er staan nog plastieke bakken, daar wordt dat ingedaan. En zelfs om 1:30 gaan wij lunchen en dan staat daar meebraden en wij gaan eten. Wij weten ook wel dat die dan niet eten, dat is gewoon het idee van kijk, wij offeren ons eten. Als wij thuis zijn, als we in een tempel wonen, heeft iedereen meestal ook een altaar staan en wij offeren ook ons eten eerst aan Krishna voordat wij zelf iets opeten. Daar ziet je Govindai staan, met de Radhe Krishna, Visakha en Lalita, en de Jagannath, Baladev en in midden is het Subhadra. En dan heb je ook nog Shota, die is een beetje verstopt nu. Achter de arm. Is er iets dat je dan moet weten?
Wie zijn die andere figuren allemaal? Naast Hare Krishna dan? Van waar komen die? Of snap ik het verkeerd?
De andere figuren.
5000 jaar geleden verschenen in India. Krishna en Radharani zie je hier recht vooraan.
Dus die grote is...
Ja, dat is Krishna,
Ja.
met de fluit. Dat is
Ja.
Krishna.
Daarnaast is
En daarnaast is de Radharani. Ja. En op het linkse altaar zie je Gaur Nitai. Hij is verschenen. Gaura en Nitai zijn verschenen 500 jaar geleden. En dan aan de rechtskant zie je eigenlijk Jagannath, Baladev Subhadra, dat is de heer van het universum, wordt gezegd.
Daar wordt ook elk jaar een heel groot festival rond gedaan in Antwerpen. Ik heb dat ooit al eens gezien. Elk jaar is het Radhadesh Festival in Antwerpen. Dat gaat dan over heel de wereld in verschillende datums. Daar is ook een heel groot Indian festival op dat moment. En dan wordt er eigenlijk een kar opgesteld. En dan gaat je het rechtse altaar gaat dan naar Antwerpen. Samen met de Prabhupada. Dat gaat allemaal in een auto. Dan rijden ze mee naar Antwerpen. Daar wordt die op de kar gezet. En dan eigenlijk heel Antwerpen rond. Er wordt gedanst, er wordt gezongen en op dat moment wordt er ook, ja, we noemen het prashadam, wordt er ook eten uitgedeeld aan de mensen rondom. Wat daar rondom bewonen. We geven eten, we geven bloemetjes, we delen daar van alles uit. We gaan natuurlijk op de groenplaats komen, is dat? Dus de groenplaats gaan we dan terug aankomen en daar is dan nog altijd een gratis feestmaaltijd. Dus wij geven altijd ons maar gratis geven.
Dus dat zijn allemaal vrouwen?
Nee, dat zijn mannen. En als je eigenlijk kijkt, dus op het algemeen als ze zeggen Krishna, iedereen gaat zich herinneren, dat gaat weten, als je dat opzoekt, gaat je zien Krishna is blauw. Krishna kan eigenlijk elke kleur aannemen. En Krishna, Radhe Krishna, dus eigenlijk als je ziet, als je gaat kijken naar voor het altaar staat, zie je het vrouwelijke gedeelte is eigenlijk, dat is één. Eigenlijk het vervrouwelijken van Krishna. Ja. Snap je wat ik aan het zeggen? Ja.
Nee. Er wordt ook gezegd dat Krishna is eigenlijk zo mooi dat hij is beide. Hij is man, maar hij is ook vrouwelijk. Dus Krishna is beide. En dat wordt ook getoond eigenlijk op het middenaltaar. Radharani is eigenlijk de vrouwelijke kant. Dus, ze zijn eigenlijk één geheel. Radha en Krishna zijn één geheel.
Je ziet dat ook als je kijkt naar foto's, wordt dikwijls de vraag gesteld, is het nu een man of een vrouw?
Ja, ja.
Dus eigenlijk...
Maar in de geestelijke wereld is het niet meer belangrijk eigenlijk om vrouw of man te zijn.
Ja.
Eigenlijk zijn we als ziel allemaal tegenover God gezien, zijn we allemaal vrouwelijk.
Ja, ja. Ah ja.
Ja, ja, we zijn allemaal vrouwelijk. Ja.
Dat is wij dan ons morgens hier gedaan hebben.
Ja. Nou, ik weet het niet.
Als wij dat morgens hier gedaan hebben, rond een uur of 4:15 kan we zijn dicht, komen de Christen zo aangekleed, dan gaan we mediteren. Dat juist ook in het film gezien. Het duurt rond tot een uur of 7. 7 uur, 7:15 komen we terug naar hier. Dan gaan de gordijnen open, gaan we eigenlijk Krishna en zijn dagoutfits en zo. Dat is een muziek staan. Dat duurt zo tot een uur of...
En verleden.
Ja. Dat duurt ook zo tot een uur of 7:30, 8 uur. En dan gaat iedereen zitten en dan wordt er een lezing gegeven. Er wordt uit de geschriften gepraat. Iemand gaat er een vers uit, dat zie je op de dag. Er staat dan zo een vers in, Sanskriet. En over die vers wordt er dan uit de boeken, uit de geschriften iets gehaald. En nadat hij zijn verhaal heeft verteld, kan er ook gediscussieerd worden. En er kunnen vragen gesteld worden, er kan ook gezegd worden van kijk, ik ben niet akkoord, ik heb dit of dat gevoel. En dan kan er altijd over gepraat worden. Het is niet verplicht dat je dat allemaal meedoet, dat is niet verplicht. Tegen een uur of 9 gaan wij ontbijten. Tegen 9 uur gaan we ontbijten. En dan gaat eigenlijk iedereen thuis gaan. Iedereen gaat zijn ding doen. Sommige mensen, wij komen bijvoorbeeld, wij wonen in Daten. We komen ook maar heel het weekend. Dus wij komen hier in het weekend of zoveel mogelijk tijdens onze vakantie en voor de rest zijn we aan het werk. Dus
jullie slapen niet?
Ja, we leren nu in het weekend, ja. werken. Maar jij gaat ook mensen zien die hier niet wonen, dat ook zorgschool zijn. En dat dan zodat je eigenlijk voor iedereen verschillend. Om het tweede gaan we dat weer eten, gaan we lunchen. En eigenlijk is dat ook de laatste maaltijd van de dag. Het is wel zo, gedurende de dag blijft er gekookt worden voor het altaar en dan moet naar beneden in de keuken. Het staat in de keuken gewoon een bordje voor.
En nog even vermelden over de maaltijden. Dat is misschien straks niet duidelijk gezegd geweest, maar hetgeen dat geofferd wordt is eigenlijk niet het voedsel, maar het is toewijding. Krishna die eet van de toewijding. Dus hij eet niet van het eten, maar hij eet van onze toewijding. En dan wordt het nadien verdeeld onder de toewijding. En dat noemen we een verzameling. En dat is eigenlijk genade van de Heer.
S'avonds om 8:30, om 7 uur, half 7, 7 uur, komen ze terug naar de tempelkamer, wordt ook nog een lezing gedaan en geschriften. Er wordt ook nog een vliegtuig gedaan en om 7:30 gaan de gordijnen terug dicht. Dan komen er terug drie pujaris op het altaar. Die gaan de dag TDA doen en dan gaat er eigenlijk de piano worden gedaan. Om 8:30, 8:45 gaan de gordijnen terug open. Dan wordt er nog een beetje gezongen en op dat moment zeggen wij dat ik slaap wel Krishna. 9 uur, 8:45, dan de laatste gaan de gordijnen terug dicht. En dan gaan we ook de tempel afsluiten en dan gaan we meestal niet uitslapen. En dan is het morgens gewoon met alle ritueel.
Wordt de televisie gegeven?
Ja.
Toch?
Ja.
Jullie volgen ook de actualiteit.
Ja, altijd een klein beetje bijblijven. Onze kinderen gaan ook gewoon buiten naar school, vroeger was hier wel een schooltje. En nu is er gezegd van kijk, we gaan de kinderen ook niet weer vreemd maken. En ik kan me voorstellen dat je opgroeit en je gaat die ook nog naar school. En er is geen mogelijkheid om hier te werken en om buiten gaan werken, dat is een shock. Die weten niet wel dat de wereld in elkaar zit. Dus kinderen gaan ook gewoon naar buiten naar school. Ze hebben activiteiten, voetbal, dansen, allemaal een doorsnee kind doen, dat iedereen zich kent voor ons kinderen. Gewoon om te laten zien, kijk, buiten deze beschermende muur is er toch nog altijd een wereld die dan niet altijd zo roze is.
Zijn er ook veel kinderen die dan in de gemeenschap blijven?
Ja, de meeste kinderen blijven hier. Want je hebt de zoon van de vorige tempelpresident is nu de verantwoordelijke van de rondleidingen. We hebben er die in de boutique staan. Het restaurant is ook iemand dat hier opgegroeid is.
Maar zijn er ook die eruit staan?
Ja. Uitstappen en terugkomen. Ja. Het is ook nogal, weet je, de kinderen bij ons zijn ook zo, eens dat die de leeftijd van 15, 16 jaar hebben die kinderen in het middelbaar hebben die in de klas van die gaan fuiken, die gaan drinken, die gaan roken, die eten vlees en die eten van allemaal. Die doen van alles, wat wij in principe niet doen. Er zijn heel veel kinderen die dat zeggen van wacht even, we hebben de rug van Nullen naar de Krishna, we zijn daarin opgegroeid en er is wel meer.
Veel.
Dus die gaan ook wel een keer een pintje drinken en af en toe roken ze wel eens, maar op het moment komt ze toch wel het besef van dat roken en dat drinken. Vlees eten meestal niet.
Nee.
Is meestal, ja, zij zijn vegetarisch opgevoed. Ik denk dat zij zouden eten.
Roken en drinken, dat doe je niet.
Nee, wij roken en we drinken ook niet, maar er zijn erbij die toch wel een keer gaan proberen en toch gaan beseffen aan het eind van wacht even, dat is toch niet zo gezond voor ons. Wij roken niet, wij drinken niet geen vlees. Wij roken niet.
Het is net zo, we kunnen het vergelijken. Buiten de tempel ook, hebben we ook kinderen. Als we zeggen nee, het mag niet, gaan ze het doen.
Ja.
Dat is een kindereigenschap. Hè? Als je tegen een kind zegt nee, dan gaan ze het wel doen. Dus eigenlijk is het een beetje hetzelfde.
Je merkt wel, er zijn kinderen die daarin opgegroeid zijn en zoiets hebben van, ik heb er genoeg van, ik wil eens even iets anders gaan bekijken en gaan proberen. Ouders hebben daar natuurlijk ook mee genomen, want ze zijn niet opgegroeid. Maar ze laten ze ook vrij.
Zijn jullie in dat geloof opgegroeid?
Nee.
En vanaf wanneer hebben jullie die stap gezet?
Ik?
En waarom?
2007 denk ik, als ik puur in ging. Klein beetje de man voor, denk ik.
eerste keer kennis gemaakt met de toegewijde in 1984. Maar het heeft een jaar geduurd voor ik eigenlijk in de tempel zelf kwam. Maar ik was al een jaar de Bhagavad Gita aan het lezen.
Dat is onze
En toen kwam ik hier eigenlijk in 1985. En een beetje later was er, want dat weet ik nog, was er eigenlijk een zomerfestival. En daar werd ik al uitgenodigd om mee te doen. En zo ben ik er eigenlijk zo'n beetje ingekomen. Maar het is eigenlijk de Bhagavad Gita die mij overtuigd heeft.
Bhagavad Gita is eigenlijk onze Bijbel. Dat is onze boek, ons geschrift.
En lees je dat in het Nederlands of?
Ja. Allee, je hebt daar eigenlijk verschillende versies in.
Je hebt hem in alle talen.
Ja, je hebt hem dus eigenlijk ook in alle talen. Dus deze is eigenlijk onze boek. De Bijbel. Dat staat daarin in Sanskriet. Dus als je gaat kijken of je open doet, ga je ook zien, het staat overal een versie. Het staat in het Sanskriet, de uitleg, en dan in het Engelse vertaling, of in sommige gevallen de Nederlandse vertaling. Dus dan
en de verklaring.
En de verklaring waarom dat geschreven is.
Is er een gelijkenis met de christelijke Bijbel? Of is dat totaal...
Ja, er zijn lijnen, eigenlijk in elke religie, zijn er lijnen die gelijk lopen. Jezus die sprak ook altijd over de Vader. Ik en de Vader zijn één. En eigenlijk zijn we met God ook één. Maar we zijn niet God zelf. We zijn een deeltje van God. En eigenlijk was dat ook hetgeen dat Jezus bedoelde.
Maar overal zijn er gelijkenissen.
Er zijn overal gelijkenissen.
Het enige dat wij heel veel doen, als we dan in christendom niet doen, dat zijn de beelden die in de kerk staan, die staan er. Zijn er eigenlijk...
En de oudere mensen die wil behoorend worden?
Die worden niet verzorgd.
Ah, die worden niet verzorgd.
Ja, in het mate van het mogelijke. Momenteel hebben we een oudere man die dat in een rusthuis in de buurt is. Maar dan wordt dat ook naar eten naartoe gebracht. En als hij goed is, dan komt hij eigenlijk naar hier.
Dus hij heeft niet van het rusten?
Nee. Omdat soms is het moeilijk om op het vegetarisme. En dan wordt er eigenlijk, meestal wordt hem opgehaald, brengen ze naar hier. En dan eet hij bij ons mee en blijft hij ook hier.
Omdat ook iedereen hier een taak heeft, kan er niet 24 uur op 24 uur op die persoon gelet worden. En daarmee, maar het is wel in samenspraak met de instelling waar hij nu is, dat hij bijvoorbeeld vegetariër blijft en dat wij hem komen halen wanneer dat we kunnen.
Maar ik denk dat het ook vooral is wanneer dat ze eigenlijk, hoe ziek dat ze zijn. Want er zijn oudere mensen dat die wel blijven wonen, dat die blijven wonen, dat ze ook blijven. En dan wordt er ook in samenspraak met de familie, er wordt ook altijd contact opgenomen met de familie en dan wordt er gevraagd van kijk, wat willen jullie? Gaan jullie een begrafenis doen op jullie manier? Of gaan jullie het doen bij ons?
En hoe is het met families die jullie afsluiten?
Nee. Over het algemeen gaat dat eigenlijk. Dan zullen er altijd wel zijn die dat zoiets hebben van als je daar gaat wonen, dan dit. Dat is altijd.
Meestal toegewijden die de familie afstoten.
Nee, of de familie
toegewijden, dat heeft sowieso al niet snel gezeten. Dikwijls.
Omdat de meesten ook eigenlijk niet goed weten wat er gebeurt. Met hun mama of papa of hun kind. Ze zijn er wel bang van, die hebben die zelf nog niet geweest en die weten het eigenlijk niet. En heel veel, ik moet zeggen met een truc en dan begon van draaien, veel denken van oei, we moeten de centen afgeven, wij gaan er niks in hebben. Dat niet het geval is. Dus alles wordt eigenlijk ook altijd met de familie besproken. Eens dat die persoon overlijdt, dat is het eerste wat we gaan doen, is gelijk begrafenis ondernemen en dan de familie wordt gecontacteerd. Komen ook naar hier en dan wordt er over.
Hebben jullie ook een begrafplaats?
Nee.
Dat mag niet.
Nee, dat is nog.
Nee, dat hebben we niet.
Dat ligt een beetje aan luik.
De meeste mensen ook die daar hier overlijden, worden verbrand. Dat is ook iets. Dat is ook iets typisch van India, dus dat wordt meestal ook gedaan. Ik denk niet dat er bij ons zijn die daar echt begraven worden.
Maar verbrand in officieel.
Ja, officieel. Ja. En dan wordt ook gekozen wat er gebeurt.
Steken ze die zalig.
Ja, maar
Zo, gelijk in India dat doen we.
soms ook wel zo anders.
Ja, dus dat doen we niet. Dus alles gaat ook gewoon officieel. En dan kan de familie kiezen of er blijft een stukje hier. Zijn er die dat mee naar India gaan. Die dan toch een stuk op de begraafplaats worden. Dus eigenlijk al hetgeen dat de familie wordt, alleen wilt op dat moment. Wij zeggen nog altijd wel, wij proberen nog altijd wel tegen het einde toe te vragen van wat wilt jij? Want het is niet omdat de familie wilt dit, dat zij dat ook willen. Dan kun je ook wel een beetje zeggen van die persoon wou dit. Maar ja, familie gaat altijd voor, wij hebben daarom iets te zeggen.
De lichaamsbeschildering, hoe zit dat? Waarom is dat?
Deze, sorry, dat is het direct. Dat wil eigenlijk zeggen dat de lotusbloem, dat is dus eigenlijk de voet van Krishna. Dat wil eigenlijk zeggen de tempel, dus mijn lichaam is een tempel. Dat wil ook zeggen dat ik daarvoor moet zorgen. Als ik ziek ben, ga ik naar de dokter, moet ik eigenlijk voor mijn lichaam zorgen.
En wordt dat iedere dag aangepakt? Iedere dag?
Iedere dag.
Ja, bij jullie.
Bij meestal.
Dat is er al af.
Daarmee dat ik zeg dat wij gewoon geslecht zijn.
Het is klei, het is mooi aangepakt. Maar als je bijvoorbeeld, als ik veel zweet of zoiets, dan wordt dat donker en dan de duur is daar.
Ik doe dat wel niet op het werk. Dus mijn werk is mijn werk. Dus denk je dat er iemand weet dat ik een Hare Krishna ben of zoiets. Dat is mijn privé.
Niemand weet het.
Bij mij op het werk, nee. Ik heb zoiets van.
Zij
Het is mijn
houdt van haar
privé.
privé. Dus.
Wat ik in mijn privé doe. Dus in zaken, ik zit al lang genoeg met een bureau. Ik probeer altijd te functioneren. Ja, ik probeer altijd mee te functioneren dat iedereen natuurlijk bij de enige vegetariër, daar worden wel vragen over gesteld. En dan antwoord ik dan probeer ik het niet. Maar als ze niet vragen van waarom, dan zit ik gewoon. Dus ik doe dat.
Hij voelt dat hier had ik was je katholiek of?
Ik ben katholiek opgevoed. Ik moet zeggen, ben gedoopt, ik heb een communies gedaan, maar ik ben bij mijn grootouders opgevoed. Vroeger was het dan wel gezonder, want tijd is dat iemand anders begrafenis of met kerstmis. Maar voor de rest was ik er eigenlijk ook niet mee bezig. Totdat ik mijn man leerde kennen. En dan ben ik ook een beetje gaan zoeken van wat is het. Eerst leren kennen, want voor mij was het allemaal nieuw. Ik ben in Antwerpen de eerste keer terechtgekomen. En dan had men niks uitgelegd, dus zij stonden daar te zingen en te springen en ik stond van achter in een hoekje te kijken en ik dacht van, ja, zoiets. En dan zijn we buiten gegaan, zijn mijn man en dan dacht ik van, dat komt niet goed. En dan ben ik toch beginnen te lezen. Heel veel filmpjes hebben wij ook beginnen te bekijken.
Ik heb daar ook nooit.
Mensen beginnen te luisteren, waarom? En een beetje beginnen zoeken. Is dit iets voor mij? En ondertussen al 17 jaar denk ik, ik ben ook direct gestopt met roken, 18 jaar. Ik had nog vlees, maar nooit alleen niet veel, ik vond het ook niet lekker. En ben ik ook gestopt met vlees eten.
18 jaar geleden.
Ja, en zo stilletjes aan beginnen zoeken, beginnen lezen. Ik blijf hangen. Ondertussen, dus je hebt dan de eerste initiatie, wat je straks vertelde. En na als je dan een paar jaar verder bent, dan kun je ook vaak voor de tweede initiatie voor priester worden. En ondertussen mag ik ook op het altaar. Mijn man heeft zijn tweede initiatie niet genomen, omdat we gaan even plaats moeten maken, omdat hij gaat zingen voor Krishna. Omdat hij op dat moment nog kamionchauffeur was en dat dat veel moeilijk was om die dienst te doen.
Je moet bepaalde spreuken zetten. En ik zei dan van, die doen ik werk op dat moment voor de baas. En mijn baas gaat dan niet voor vrienden.
Het zijn ook allemaal muziekinstrumenten die dat je daar ziet hangen. Dus hij gaat op een harmonium pakken. En eigenlijk wel een beetje vergelijken met mini-piano.
Ja, dat is een...
Snoepen jullie ook als
Ja, wij letten wel op dat er geen gelatine in zit. Dat er van varkens of rundgelatine, dus wij letten daar ook altijd wel op. Maar nu dat een bakker is gesloten, maar we hebben niet meer koffiegroepen als je naar het restaurant gaat gaan, dan zie je ook dat daar taarten staan, snoepjes staan. Dus heel veel.
En begin hier, iedereen zijn plaats. Wordt het betaald of wordt het allemaal gratis?
Ja, nee. Als je in het kasteel woont, is het zo dat je eigenlijk je 6 uur toegewijde dienst moet tegen. Je kan even daar staan. Hij gaat zelfs muziek spelen en alles.
Shri Guru Jane Vati Seyo Dhamma Gati Shri Guru Jane Vati Seyo Dhamma Gati Ye pasa devu esava asha. Ye pasa devu esava asha. Akshunana niroje jame jame pambose. Nana diloje, janme janme pabose, divya gyana yude pakashito, divya gyana yude pakashito. Vimam bhakti jai oite, abhijavina jayate. Vimam bhakti jai oite, abhijavina jayate. Jana kavito. Sindhu Hana Majana Manushi Guru Karuna Sindhu Namajana Rokana Kera Jivana Rokana Kera Jivana Papu Korodoi De More Padashaya Papu Korodoi Deo More Padashaya Eme Asakushu Tibuvana Eme Asakushu Tibuvana Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. You can give her. You can give her. You want? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Rama Rama, Jaya Kunjabi Hari, Jaya Gopichana, Jaya Giri Govardhani, Jaya Giri Govardhani, Jaya Gopichana, Jaya Yashodanam Jana Vajajananam Jana Yashodanam Jana Vajajananam Jana Yamuna Jilmadajana Jaya Dama Dama Jaya Kunjabi Jaya Dama Dama Jaya Kunjabi Jaya Dama Dama Jaya Kunjabi Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sorry. Hiranyakashipu vaksha Silatunganaganaye Hitoni singam panadoli singam Singam panadoli singam Yato yato yamitato ni singam To yamitato ni singam Bae ni singai daye ni singam Ni singai daye Nakashima Madim Shanam Babaji Madim Shanam Babaji Bhakaratam Manamae Nakam Ambuddha Sringam Taditam Hiranyakashipu Tanuvingam Keshavadita Narirupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Kamalamae Nara Ambuddha Yarita Hiranyakashipu Tanuvingam Keshavadita Narirupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jagadish Hare Keshavadita Nadirupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jayo Nishimade, Nishimade, Jayo Nishimade, Jayo Nishimade. Jaya Panadma, Jaya Panadma, Jaya Panadma, Jaya Panadma. Pamupada, Jaya Jaya Pamupada, Jaya Jaya Pamupada, Pamupada, Jaya Jaya Pamupada, Jaya Jaya Pamupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Pamupada, Pamupada.
Tem que botar.